All right, it looks like KCAT is ready. So if we've got everyone in place, I'm going to call the October 17th, 2023 council meeting to order. And I'll ask our clerk to take roll, please.
Councilmember Rennie?
Here.
Councilmember Moore?
Here.
Councilmember Hudis?
Here.
Vice Mayor Bodomi?
Here.
Mayor Risto?
Here. Thank you. So at this point, I will go to the Pledge of Allegiance. So I'm going to call our pledge leader up. All right, tonight we have with us Victoria Basileco, and she's here from Hillbrook School to lead our pledge. She's a 7th grader, and her favorite activities and subjects are reading, theater, singing, animal care, and environmental stewardship. And for community service, she's the co-director of Social Entrepreneurship Club at Hillbrook, supporting our school's involvement in community service projects. That's fantastic. All right. Well, even though she likes to sing, we won't be singing the national anthem. We'll be saying the Pledge of Allegiance. So I'll turn it over to you.
Please rise and place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. I'll have you shake hands with our fellow council members. Councilmember Rennie, Councilmember Hudis, Vice Mayor, and Councilmember Moore, and I have something for you. All right, we'll give her a hand. And Victoria and family, you are welcome to stay at the meeting as long as you like, and no one will be offended if you decide to go home and do homework and catch us on TV another time. So thank you so much. All right. You know, you don't do all those activities and volunteering and everything and have a lot of free time. So she can always catch up on the council meeting on a recording later if she wants. All right, our next, we'll move to our closed session report, so I'll turn to our town attorney.
Good evening. The council met in closed session regarding 2 items of potential litigation. With regard to the first item, there's no reportable action. With regard to the second item, the town council did authorize litigation, and the details will be provided in the event that litigation commences, so long as that would not jeopardize service of process or settlement negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you. And I realized I actually missed something. So we've got our closed session. We have a commendation, and unfortunately our recipient was unable to be here tonight, but because we don't have the opportunity to reschedule, and it's on the agenda, I'll talk about it. So Silicon Valley Clean Energy, which provides our clean energy for our town and more than 275,000 residential and commercial customers in our 13 Santa Clara County jurisdictions, and Los Gatos was a founding member of it. There were a variety of recipients who have fully electric homes and other clean energy award-winning projects. And Los Gatos happens to have a resident who won one of these awards. So Justin Liu has a fully electric home and enjoys self-sufficiency and better air quality in his home. He has rooftop solar, EV chargers, electric vehicles, extra battery storage, an induction cooktop, and a heat pump water heater. And so we wanted to give him this commendation. We'll have it delivered to him, and just want to say that he's setting an example, and Los Gatos and Justin Liu encourage all members of Los Gatos considering going to clean electricity. And I can say that I'm about to remodel my kitchen, my 1985 kitchen, and replace our very old gas stove with an electric induction. So I've heard the example. With that, I'll move to council and manager matters, and I will start with Councilmember Hudes.
Thanks. I had a number of meetings last week and the week before. I met with a member of the Foundation for Older Adults to Thrive in Los Gatos, as they have announced their board and their objectives of raising money for a new multi-generational community center. I met with a number of people. Actually, I met with Tyler Taylor to get some advice about our senior services. He runs the Saratoga program, and he's moving into more of a county role in helping older adults. I attended the opening of Domus, and I know the mayor will have a lot to say about that too. It was really a terrific occasion, and there were people lined up down the street to get in for this ribbon cutting. I know the town manager was there also. And then the following week, I met with Margaret Smith, the owner of Domus, and got some ideas about parking and parking concerns. And I think that having her back in our active business community will help put a voice to some of the needs for parking downtown. Met with the chair of the Community Health and Senior Services Commission about a number of items. And then I attended, along with the mayor, a very moving event at the Jewish Community Center for solidarity with Israel. And that kind of took the wind out of me for a couple of days, actually. That event was very, very powerful. And then, so that's what I've done since the last meeting.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor. Since our last council meeting, on October 4th, I attended the Joint Venture Silicon Valley poll with Councilmember Moore and you, Mayor. The thing that struck me the most was their poll on how many people said that they wanted to move out of our area because it was difficult to live in. I'll leave the two of you up to add other details if you like. Also on 10-4, Silicon Valley Clean Energy Risk Oversight Committee met. I'm on that committee. We review different risks to the business, including price of power and what type of power we're going to buy, and price of resource adequacy, and other market or regulatory risks that are coming our way. On October 5th, I'm an alternate for the VTA board, and I attended. The thing of significance was they approved the Cerrone Yard space next to their Cerrone Yard for homeless housing. I think it was 200 units, so that's going to be moving forward. On 10-9, I attended the Finance Commission with the mayor. On October 11th, I filled in for Councilmember Moore at the West Valley Sanitation District. We approved a budget adjustment, only thing really of significance. And then the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board met after that. Nothing too exciting to report. The next day on 10-12, I chaired the VTA Policy Advisory Committee. It was no actions, just 3 informational items at that meeting, so we just had some discussions. On 10-12, I also attended the Route 9 Trail Connection groundbreaking with Councilmember Hughes, Councilmember Moore, and the mayor. On October 13, I'm on the CEO search for Silicon Valley Clean Energy. We did our interviews and we made an offer. I guess we're in contract negotiations with our offer for that. So soon we'll have a new CEO at Silicon Valley Clean Energy. That's it for me.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Badami?
Thank you. On October 9th, I attended a meeting of the Finance Commission. And October 16th, I attended a presentation focused on food choices and diabetes, sponsored by the Plant-Based Advocates at the library. And I've had various meetings with constituents over our housing element, our site inventory, and general concerns regarding our town.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Over the past few weeks, I held my councilmember community coffee, spoke to high school students about the importance of democracy, attended a great Los Gatos Youth Commission meeting, participated in a conversation about what we can do to address mental health in cities, and met with a variety of community members to discuss a wide variety of topics. However, rather than going into depth about what I've been up to, I will instead acknowledge and address the horrors of what we have seen globally in the past 2 weeks in Israel and Palestine. I was heartbroken and shaken when I heard the news that Hamas carried out atrocious terrorist attacks on Israeli civilians. About a week ago, I attended a vigil at Congregation Shir Hadash here in Los Gatos and heard our Jewish community members share their pain and anguish. Older members of the Jewish community voiced how much these times are beginning to feel like the 1930s and 1940s, where Jews were victims of unimaginable genocide. Los Gatos has one of the largest Jewish populations in the South Bay Area, and I want to share that I stand with all of our Jewish residents and unequivocally condemn these despicable and targeted attacks. I'm similarly heartbroken for our Palestinian community. The humanitarian crisis we are seeing in Palestine is beyond comprehension. A civilian population is being punished for the crimes of a far-right terrorist organization. The Palestinian movement for liberation and a two-state solution is a legitimate one and cannot be equated with the terrorism we have seen Hamas carry out. The crushing response by the Israeli government, forcing the evacuation and displacement of 1 million Palestinians, is a new and different horror in itself. This siege will cause unthinkable tragedy for the Palestinian people for generations. We must find peace. And so I'm addressing this because even though this is happening tens of thousands of miles away, these atrocities are directly impacting our residents. People in Los Gatos are hurting, and I think that's clear to everyone in the community. Even for community members who don't know people living in Palestine or Israel, these are turbulent, unsettling, and scary times. We need to acknowledge how difficult this situation is to bear and support each other through it. My biggest fear locally is the impact of the rising anti-Semitism and Islamophobia we are seeing nationwide. We are seeing brutal hate crimes impacting Jews and Palestinians alike around the country. We have seen hate in Los Gatos before, and I hope we do not see hate in our community again. But if it does rear its ugly head, we will drive it out as we have done before. We must continue to stand united against hate because we in Los Gatos will address any issues that arise in the community head on and prioritize the safety of our community members. During these trying times, it is important that we resist the urge to retreat into disconnection. Rather, we need to find the space in our hearts to come together as a community. We must reach out to our friends and neighbors and connect with compassion and open arms. I am here for anyone who needs to talk, as are so many caring community members. To end with an ever-relevant quote from Dr. Martin Luther King, "Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that." Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. I'll get back to that. Going back to what I've been doing since the last council meeting, I also, with two of my fellow council members, attended the Joint Venture Silicon Valley poll, and there will be kind of the whole survey done in February, but the significance of the poll is it's kind of taking the pulse of Silicon Valley. And, you know, as the moderator put it, some of the results were grim, but with challenges come opportunities. And two of the statistics that stuck out to me the most were of people that answered the poll if they wanted to leave the Bay Area in the next 5 years, and it was 35%. Now, that doesn't mean they will, but it's how they feel and what they want to do. The other thing that was very significant is in answer to the question, do you have enough money to pay all your bills each month and put something aside for saving for an emergency, for something else? 42% answered no. And, you know, that speaks to, you know, the main reason people wanted to leave the area was the high price of housing. And then when you look at the fact that 42% of people don't have anything extra, their one car repair, their one illness, their one job change from potentially being housing insecure. So these are all issues to address, and we'll see in February where things stand. But it was good to have the leadership throughout the whole valley there to hear this and to talk about what we can do to address this. On the 5th of October, I was fortunate enough to attend Leadership Los Gatos. We have a new class maybe, is our manager going to talk about this? Okay, I think there's 17 people taking Leadership Los Gatos. So this is a program that is 9 months long, meets once a month, pretty much all day on Friday, where residents, town employees, people who are in this program learn different aspects of the town. And I can say, I think some of us up here took it. I took it in 2014-15, and the people in that class have become executive director of the museum, have become head of the Chamber of Commerce, are on other commissions, committees, or nonprofits. And so it's a great opportunity for people to learn more about the community, connect with other people that want to step up and make a difference and network. So I'm looking forward to what this class will do and encourage people to think about it for next year if this year didn't work out. On the same day, I attended the Cities League Mental Health Forum with Assemblymember Gail Pellerin and Supervisor Joe Simidian, learning, and there were representatives from Gavin Newsom's office learning about what resources are available and what funding and what laws will be in place. So that is a continuing conversation. That afternoon, I was pleased to do the Domus ribbon cutting, and I have to say that I was overwhelmed. I mean, everybody that knows Domus knows how sad we were when it closed, how overjoyed we are that it opened. I told Margaret I cried the last weeks that it was closing, and I was crying with happiness when they opened. And there were literally like a couple hundred people that came in that afternoon. And I told her, based on the lines outside of there, Domus is hotter than the latest iPhone. So I also told everybody, it's not just a place to look. Don't you dare buy anything online that you can get at Domus. It's really a treasure in our town. And that evening I attended the inaugural Vet Gala, which was a really wonderful gathering and a fundraiser to help pay off the Veterans Memorial, and they made a great dent in that. The next day I worked with the Beautification Committee on Pageant Park. We're always looking for more volunteers. We'll probably be working on that park for the next 2 months. We had, I think, 6 high school students come out and volunteer, so Director Burnham has been really helpful directing us toward what to work on. So if you're interested in doing some gardening once a month, come join us. Let's see. As mentioned by Councilmember Rennie, on the 12th, we had the Highway 9 Los Gatos Creek Trail Connector groundbreaking. And this is something that's been in the Bike and Pedestrian Master Plan, I think, since 2016. And this is a really critical connection for this trail. So very satisfying. You know, all good things take a lot of time, but they're worth the wait. And I'm thrilled to see that. I think it'll be done in about a year. So construction should start soon. I helped with the wine walk on the 13th, and what was exciting is the Chamber of Commerce sold out all 1,100 tickets, which meant we had 1,100 people. I was carding people, and I would say at least half the people came from out of town to visit Los Gatos, raved about how beautiful it was, how much they enjoyed shopping. And it's always a really good event for people to come into town, but it's also a reminder to people of what we have, and I know that they'll be back. And last night I attended the Plant-Based Advocates talk on diet and type 2 diabetes. And for anyone who is veg curious, I encourage you to attend one of these talks at the library and just think about how you can tinker with your diet and improve your health. And finally, most significantly, last Thursday, I was at the JCC Solidarity event, and it was pretty overwhelming to be on stage with so many local and state electeds that were all coming together with a couple of hundred members of the Jewish community in solidarity to condemn the pure act of terror and evil committed by Hamas. And as a mother and a Catholic and a human being, I absolutely condemn that violence. The other thing to note is at that event, which went very smoothly and very safely, our police force was there visibly and not visibly, and supported also by the Campbell Police Department. And it just was a testament to how much our police department supports all members of our community and how well we can rely on our small but mighty force. So with that, I'll turn to our town manager for manager matters.
And I have nothing to report tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, I will move to the consent calendar. And on here, we've got 12 items that should be pretty straightforward and non-controversial. But with that, we do have the opportunity for anyone to speak on the consent calendar. And I don't have any cards from members of the public. So, and I'm looking on Zoom. Anyone can speak on the calendar itself on one item or more for up to 3 minutes. And I have no hands raised. So I'll close that and turn to my council members. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I don't want to pull an item, but I wanted to comment on item 5. So the public and the council is aware of a change that's been made to the policy committee. And so the recommendation that we're going to vote on in consent was that we bring the policy committee into greater alignment with other municipalities in excluding land use decisions from the policy committee and instead taking them to the planning commission first. And that way, that prevents the policy committee from having 2 bites at the apple on land use policies. Rather, our planning commission is very capable and able to take the first cut at land use policies. So detailed, kind of a wonky change, but something I think that's pretty important, and we did have a number of residents concerned about that last year.
Thank you, and I appreciate both Councilmember Moore and Councilmember Hudes and our staff's work on that, bringing forward, having that discussion and bringing it forward to the council. And I put it on the consent calendar because it looked pretty straightforward and had strong consensus. So with that, any other comments or a motion? Councilmember Moore?
I will move to approve the consent calendar with just a couple quick comments, which are, it's always exciting to see there's a bunch of big achievements that are happening in the consent calendar. I just want to recognize those for the public really quick because they're easy to gloss over. We're finally executing the contract to take out the eucalyptus trees since the big major storm, which is great. There's 2 grants we just got, and PBW's done really good sidewalk and curb maintenance. So those are all kind of behind the scenes things, but they're really good to see.
Thank you. We have a motion. Councilmember Hudes.
A second.
All right. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
No one opposed. Motion passes 5-0. And with that, we'll move to verbal communications. This is the part of the meeting where any member of the public can address the council on an item that is not on the agenda, but should be under the purview of town government. So you have up to 3 minutes. I always take the room before I take Zoom. So I have one hand on Zoom, and I've got 2 cards. Is this a card for verbal? All right. So my first speaker is Lindley Fenchel.
Hello, my name is Lindley Fenchel. I want to begin by saying how sad I am that so many people around the world are at war with each other, including here in Los Gatos. No one is right if everybody is wrong. And everybody is wrong because we are all imperfect humans. We all make mistakes when we allow our ego to rule our hearts instead of God. No matter how big the mistake, Jesus says we are all still worth being loved, and we will be forgiven if we stop doing evil and choose to please God instead. Los Gatos used to be a town that exemplified goodness, but now we are a town of sin and ungodliness. Our own leadership in Los Gatos for years has been huge supporters of the godless terrorist group known as Black Lives Matter. BLM was celebrated as they marched through our town, terrorizing the residents and businesses in 2020. I was violently attacked last year by a local Black Lives Matter member. Afterwards, Rob Moore, Maria Risto, and Mariko Sayak all showed support for the criminal. I forgive all of you and believe you all would have done better if you had God in your heart. Los Gatos leadership promotes hate through the United in Hate organization and racism through the Racist Coalition, and more racism is promoted through Princess Folake's organization, Skin Color Race. Hate and racism is all you will get from those groups. Jesus wants us all to follow his way to peace, which is through mercy, not vengeance. Jesus wants the world to come together in love, like those of us who held the Love March through Los Gatos in 2021. In the last 2 weeks, Black Lives Matter has been speaking out in the most horrible of ways against Israel and our Jewish brothers and sisters. This racism and hatred will not be tolerated by the Christians in our beloved Los Gatos. As Christians, we know how important Israel is in the history of humanity and all that has been prophesied about our current time. It is written, read the Old and New Testament so you can understand why we all must stand with Israel. As Christians, we are encouraged at this biblical time in history to call on all our brothers and sisters, including the Jews, to turn away from their worldly idols and turn in the direction of Christ, the only one who heals us and teaches us how to live in peace together. And it's free. We must have mercy on each other and forgive each other. When you know better, you do better. We Christians are praying for Los Gatos Black Lives Matter members that they turn from their evil ideology and turn to Christ once and for all. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the light. No one comes to the Father except through Christ. We pray in particular for our Los Gatos leadership who are members of Black Lives Matter. Young Rob Moore, Maria Risto, Mariko Sayak, Ellie Miano, Ann Ravel, Erica Weinstein, Princess Folake, Kylie Clark. Oh my Jesus, forgive us our sins, save us from the fires of hell, lead all souls to heaven, especially those most in need of thy mercy. Amen.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Sweenberg.
Good evening, Linda Swenberg here. I just wanted to say I haven't been involved in civic matters in recent years. I was honestly discouraged by the online meetings. No matter what you say, they're just not the same. You can't see the reactions and responses of the people out here when you're making decisions. And I'm afraid that town officials and elected representatives have grown complacent in your ability to impose new policies. Under cover of darkness, without all the adult residents in the room. That happened. However, I had a lot going on in my family and also couldn't get here because of those things. During that time, though, I did trust that my elected officials would truly represent the citizens of this town during that time. Sadly, I was mistaken. I've spoken to some of you about these issues, and I just want to address them here in public. I live off of Old Blossom Hill Road. Our neighborhood is landlocked in such a way that we are really affected by the recent changes made to Blossom Hill Road. I was also affected by the improvements done to that same road several years ago. It must have been more than a decade now. At that time, it was decided not to narrow Blossom Hill to one lane in front of Blossom Hill School and further along because the 2 lanes were needed for traffic volume. What changed? A family member of mine has died as a pedestrian in a traffic accident. So I want you to know I'm very sensitive and very tuned to traffic safety issues personally. There are a lot of deficiencies resulting from the striping changes. I don't have much time, so I'm just going to address one here tonight. The traffic queuing that was discovered in the 2022 simulation results showed delays greater than predicted in computer modeling. A distance of 3,100 feet, or approximately 122 vehicles, was noted for westbound traffic in the mornings. That's about 9 football fields. How was that determined to be acceptable in our town? We're just told that it's worth it for bicycle and pedestrian safety. Well, I bike and walk those roads all the time, And I honestly fail to see how this makes it any safer. Speeders are still speeding no matter how narrow the roads are. Are you really representing the town? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you, and I'm glad you came and expressed your concerns. Are your concerns mostly about changes that have been made to Blossom Hill Road or to ones that are proposed to be made?
The ones that have been made, and if there are more proposed that are beyond this, they're likely to still be a problem as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Erica Osman.
Hello, Erica Osman, lived in Los Gatos better part of my life. I was here in the beginning of September when Barbara Katz came and spoke. It was the joint council meeting. SB 130 was a big topic. And one of the things that I believe she addressed, and I wanted to put a request out that we are strengthening our objective guidelines, that you mentioned, when everybody came to town, 1,100 people came to town. We're so proud to show off what we have. And as so much development is happening in the town, that we keep what we have in terms of how charming it is and what it looks like, and development, of course, is going to happen, but making sure that Los Gatos keeps staying like Los Gatos. So as I understand it, objective guidelines haven't changed in a few years. And so my request to the council is that goes back on agenda and we move that through.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alan Bayless.
I just wanted to present some, off the internet, some things that were happening in Modesto in case of a crisis of homeless displacement. In Modesto, they had someone give enough money to put up these square tents that are about 5 feet tall, and they'll line them up underneath an overpass and ask for jurisdiction from Caltrans or VTA for an emergency. It's going to be a harsh winter, and I know that all of my homeless friends, it's only a handful, between 7 and 10, and we're being displaced right now by Caltrans. So these were just Xerox today, and also the governor, Gavin, as you know, has approved parking lot space for colleges and religious parking lots around churches, so that if they permitted, you could actually, to the side, make a small parcel of an area to put up these tents. So would you seriously consider, and also there was something from Montana, the mayor there is going through similar things, and I've printed 2 copies. And he looks like a distinguished gentleman. They're next to a creek area by a river. And so maybe to call them, the mayor of a different area, to get an idea of what's happening. But Rob, would you look at this literature and see what you think? And I know you're busy, so we're not always connecting, but would you at least text me back and tell me what your response is?
And you can leave it with the clerk, and she'll make sure that we all get copies if you'd like. Okay. Thank you. So those are all the cards I have, and I've got one hand on Zoom. Ron Meyer. You should be able to unmute yourself. There you go.
Yes, I am speaking about accountability. I just recently got my property tax bill and went through it again as my taxes have increased, specifically the amount that gets paid for the town of Los Gatos. My opinion is we don't have a revenue problem in the town of Los Gatos. One of the items that's later on in the agenda is spending taxpayer dollars to do a survey in order to possibly get a parcel tax on the ballot in the next election. We don't have a revenue problem in Los Gatos. I've been going over the budgets with Phil Cohen and Jack Van Atta. What we have is a spending problem and an allocation of resources problem from an accountability perspective. One of the other items on the agenda, and by the way, these are the last several items on the agenda, which follows the pattern of non-transparency exhibited by our mayor and several members of our council who like to put these things on the agenda as the last items, hopefully to wear out the attendees at the meetings, both online and in person, so that these items can kind of be non-transparently dealt with after people have left. My point is, for the amount of taxes I pay and the allocation to the town of Los Gatos, I'm not getting my money's worth. And I've seen that in spades over the last year, exhibited by 3 of the members of the town council on a regular basis. They don't care what the people of Los Gatos want or need, as exhibited by items on today's agenda: a parcel tax to take more of our money, a DEI plan and a commission of 11 people, which includes non-residents of Los Gatos as members. It's all about accountability. And in the next election, we're going to make accountability one of the #1 issues, because right now there are 3 members of this council who are not accountable to the citizens of Los Gatos and proceed to do things to their own agenda. The people of Los Gatos will find out about this. We will make this an issue. We will walk the precincts of Los Gatos with flyers identifying the problem and who are part of that problem. Thank you.
Thank you. That looks like our last speaker for verbal communications, so I will close this portion of the meeting and move to other business. So with item 13, will our town manager be introducing this?
Sure. We are really honored to have members of our youth commission here this evening, and our chair and vice chair will be making a presentation, or at least our chair will be. So please feel free to come up, and we have your presentation ready. Thank you for your service.
So I'll be presenting the work plan for 2023-2024 for the Youth Commission.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, can we go on to the next slide? So I'm Tosh Chinawala. I'm a senior at Los Gatos High School. I've been on the Youth Commission since my sophomore year. Over the past few years, I've overseen the passing of the plastic straws ordinance and the e-bike ordinance, and I hope to do just as much this year. And now we'll go into our work plan. So starting off, these are kind of our priorities that we have listed for the year. The first one is canine companions. This is something we've been doing for the past few years at Los Gatos High School. We have introduced therapy dogs at the beginning of the school year and usually during finals week to help with the stress of high schoolers. It's been pretty active. We have a lot of high schoolers enjoying it, especially around the dogs. They're really cool. Our next one is the e-bike safety awareness. A few months ago, a bicycle ordinance was passed, and now we are focusing on outreaching that to the bike businesses and the youth of Los Gatos. Kind of included in that, we hope to have discussion with the principal at Los Gatos to incorporate or recommend safety programs for people who ride electric bicycles. The SNAP outreach is something that we started pushing last year, which is a special needs awareness program focused on inclusiveness towards the neurodiverse community. We will continue to have events this year, especially the Easter event, which was very popular last year and had many members of the neurodiverse community come. After that, we have the Christmas parade float, which we do every year. The Youth Commission will decorate a float and ride on it during the holiday parade this December. Senior community activity. This is something that we're still developing and will continue to develop over the next few months on how the Youth Commission can support the seniors of Los Gatos. Fentanyl education and prevention, again, is something that is new this year. We're hoping to have discussions with the high school and the youth of Los Gatos to kind of reduce the amount of drug use and bring light to the destructiveness of fentanyl. Spring into Green, this is in April, and the Youth Commission will likely be talking about our priorities for the year and what we've done so far, and then we can also outreach towards younger kids with our succulent plants that we do usually. After that is the traffic safety. This is something that we're still figuring out, and this will kind of be alongside with the e-bike safety awareness on making sure youth and drivers in Los Gatos are safe. Go to the next slide. So in order to do all of these priorities, we have established 4 ad hoc committees. The first one is the Community Outreach Ad Hoc. This one will be focusing on our events like the Easter event, the Spring into Green, and the Christmas Parade, which they'll be focusing on logistics, decorations, and outreaching it towards the community. Our next one is the Environmental Subcommittee. This is one that we've had for many years, and they will continue to focus on outreach of plastic straws ordinance that was passed years ago and other environmental factors. The Teen Wellness one will focus on the mental health of students at Los Gatos High School. A major component of that is the K-9 companions and the fentanyl education. Finally, the Traffic Safety Ad Hoc will be focusing on e-bike awareness and general traffic safety on the town of Los Gatos. Additional to that, the Youth Commission has a liaison on many of the committees in Los Gatos, including the Arts and Culture, Community Health and Senior Service, Library Board, Parks Commission, Complete Streets, and in January, we will have liaisons on the DEI committee. I think it's really good to have these liaisons because they help bring a youth representation to government matters. And if anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Chair Chinawala. Looks like Councilmember Hudes has a question for you. Excellent presentation.
Yeah, thank you. And concise, and you covered a lot of ground there. You mentioned at the beginning on the work plan about the senior community, the older adult community, and I would just maybe offer a suggestion that last year the town developed a roadmap for services for older adults, and it's much more than we can possibly do, and it would be absolutely fantastic to have members of our youth commission. We have a liaison. The Community Health and Senior Services Commission is implementing a lot of that. We also have a foundation, Older Adults Thrive Foundation, and so there are plenty of opportunities. They're almost all listed in that roadmap. So my suggestion would be have a look at that, and if you'd like to talk to me about it, I'd be interested. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that suggestion.
Thank you. Anyone else? I mean, this was very comprehensive, and I think for a moment, if all the youth commissioners that are here want to stand up just so we can see you, or they're just standing behind you in support. I want to thank you all for being here. Yeah, go ahead, stand up for a second.
These are mostly people here for government.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're high school students here for your government class. All right. So I know you're here representing your commission, and we appreciate that very much. And thank you for the update. And I know you are, I think, the most effective commission in town. The Youth Commission always comes forward with initiatives that turn into ordinances and other things. So continue the good work, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, I just wanted to ask if there was any public comment.
Oh, thank you so much. This is an item, so I don't have any cards for it, but let me see if I see any hands on Zoom or if anyone wants to bring a card up. Let me get back to my participants. Thank you for that. So I don't see anybody that wants to speak on this item. So with that, I'll close the item, and we will move to item 14 under public. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Rennie.
I think maybe even Councilmember Moore also wanted.
Oh, I apologize.
You
You have
asked if we
comments
had
on the
questions,
item.
but we maybe like
Oh,
to comment on
I
it
am so
also.
sorry, yeah.
And the agenda item says give direction, and
Yes, and we had Councilmember Hudy speaking while our speaker was up here, but now that we've gone through public comment and closed it, I will now turn to fellow council members for comments. I'll go to Councilmember Moore and then Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just a couple. I mean, great job. I think the Youth Commission rocks. I attended a Youth Commission meeting, their last meeting, when they talked about some of these things, and it's amazing. You have so many young, motivated people doing so many good things. There's a lot of good energy there. I just wanted to provide a little bit of feedback on some of the particular items. I think SNAP is awesome, and I think educating about that is going to do a lot for the community. It's something I didn't know about until I learned about it from the Youth Commission. One small thing on that is be careful calling it SNAP, because there's several programs called SNAP. Supplemental Nutritional Aid Program, which is a federal program, is also called SNAP. So I saw in the report you called it Special Needs, what it stands for. But I think there's a ton. I heard a lot of really good energy about the kind of taking better care of our neurodivergent community, and so I think that's something to really lean into. I've heard other really good ideas, like an inclusive playground, or talking in the movie theater about showing movies with epileptic or neurodivergent considerations every so often. So I think that's all really cool. E-bike education is the same thing for me. I get a ton, I don't know about my other council members, I'm sure they do too. I get a lot of emails about e-bikes. I get like a ton of feedback about e-bikes. And the fact that the Youth Commission is taking on a problem that is, the most complaints we hear are about youth on e-bikes, I think is really great. I think the ordinance is awesome, and I think providing, education around that ordinance is going to do a lot of good. I would encourage you, and I know the commission already is, but to focus heavily maybe this year on the fentanyl education, because there's money there. And so coming up with some really good ideas about what to do with some of that money, I think would be awesome. I heard a ton of good ideas at the meeting, and so I think, pick a couple of those and really just run with them. And then mental health is ever important, and so I encourage you all to the sky's the limit on mental health. There's a lot of us that even when I was in high school, we were not talking about mental health, and so the fact that you all are talking about that, I think is really important, and I encourage you to if there are folks that are passionate about that topic, run with it. So you all are so impressive. I feel that our community and our world is in good hands, so thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie?
Well, whatever he said, I second that. I think it is a very good list of work plan. I wanted to emphasize the e-bike. I think you mentioned it more than once, traffic safety included. I also been getting emails on the e-bikes and the worries over it. And it seems like there's kind of a loophole there where it's more than a bicycle. Bicycle people don't need a driver's license, but these e-bikes go as fast as a motorcycles without having had, the whole driver safety and what's going on in the street kind of thing. So it really seems like there's a dangerous loophole there that maybe you can help close somewhat with, as you say, your awareness and making sure that younger people understand the dangers of effectively something that's a lot faster and can do more harm than a regular bicycle. So I wanted to double emphasize what you seem to already emphasize on there too. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Badami.
While we're on it, I'm going to add on to that e-bike safety, because I was at icing on the cake. I probably shouldn't have been there. And right at the corner on the sidewalk, I almost got run over by two teenagers on an e-bike turning the corner. So thank you for your emphasis on that. It's kind of difficult to tackle that, but a peer group especially, you can be powerful in advocating for safety over coolness. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And I'll just add on, I think all of these are, you've got recurring themes here, the holiday parade float, the spring into green, and those are opportunities to shine. I think in terms of the e-bike safety. A lot of it is, with new technology come new concerns. And I think a lot of the education will be most effective peer-to-peer. And so, the biggest thing is anyone under 18 is supposed to be wearing a helmet on any bike. And so, the things that we're hearing all the time, people are concerned about e-bikes. Most e-bikes don't go any faster than regular bikes, but I think people perceive that as more of a risk. And I think that kind of peer-to-peer education is more effective than adults telling teenagers what they should do. So I think that will go a long way. The other is in terms of the fentanyl awareness, and maybe you've already made that connection. Los Gatos High School student Kyle Santoro, has his movie, but Fentanyl High, which will be screened at the Los Gatos Theater soon. But also, I guess he is working with a group to put together public service announcements, and my guess would be you're probably working with him or with similar material to do that education component about fentanyl poisoning. So I know that connection's been made, and I think I'm hearing consensus that you guys are doing a great job. We know that you're going to continue doing that, and it looks like you're hitting all the really important things. And it's a lot to do in 1 year. So, I appreciate it's a large commission, but you also are all taking like 10 AP classes and doing a sport and doing public service and everything else. So it's amazing how much you do accomplish in that year. So thank you so much. And with that, I will close this item. So thank you, and feel free to hang out or go home and do 10 hours of homework or whatever you've got. So thank you, Chair Chunawala. All right, with that, we will now move to item 14, and I will go to Jocelyn Schutman for the report.
Thank you and good evening. Before you tonight is a request for approval of a zone change from R18 pre-zone to CH and a general plan amendment land use designation from low density residential to mixed use commercial. The parcel is located at the southeast corner of Los Gatos Boulevard and Farley Road and contains an existing commercial building. The property is presently located in an unincorporated area of Santa Clara County with a zoning of administrative and professional office and a general plan land use designation of urban service area Los Gatos. Concurrently with the zone change and general plan amendment application, the property owner has submitted an annexation application that was considered earlier by the council this evening as a separate agenda item. The approved 2040 land use general plan included modifying the designation of this property from low density to mixed use commercial. However, due to the suspension of the land use and community design elements of the 2040 general plan by the referendum, the land use designation of this property based on the 2020 land use element was returned to low density residential for the period of the suspension. At this time, no modifications to the building or use of the building are proposed by the applicant. On May 10th, the General Plan Committee recommended approval of the general plan amendment, and on July 12th, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the general plan amendment and zone change. This concludes staff's presentation. However, we are available for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council members? Okay. Seeing none, let me see. I've got a card from the applicant. So I'm trying to think how is this a hearing? Okay. So I'll call forward Roger Shanks, and you'll have 5 minutes. I apologize. I've only done 2 hearings this year, so.
I definitely won't need 5 minutes.
Okay.
Roger Shank with Roger Shank's Consulting, land use consultant representing the client here. He's very anxious to get this changed. And we're very pleased with the annexation moving forward, taking it from county into the town of Los Gatos. We're looking forward to the general plan amendment, changing it to the mixed use and the rezoning. He does have a use area now. If he does decide to develop the property in the future, it would be meeting all of the new all the new zoning standards. Right now, it does not meet those standards with a building location. But if he's going to maintain it as it is, pre-existing, but any change would have to go back to the new zone changes. So we're looking forward to your approval of this change, both for the general plan and for the rezoning. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer your questions. very quick. She gave a very good presentation of what we're doing.
Perfect. Thank you. Do my fellow council members have any questions for the applicant? And I think we've all watched the general plan hearing and the planning commission hearing. So, all right, with no questions, I will close this 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other cards for speakers. I don't see any hands on Zoom. So I will go back to the applicant if you want to make another comment. And with that, I'll close the public hearing. All right, thank you. So, council members, comments, questions, motions, Council Member Rennie.
This seems pretty simple to me. Everything else on Los Gatos Boulevard, pretty much around there, is mixed-use commercial. So I would go ahead and make the motion that we approve the zone change from this R18 to the I guess, to CH. That's highway commercial. And do I need to add anything else?
If the council is inclined to approve it, I would say adopt the resolution to amend the general plan land use designation and introduce the ordinance amending the zoning code.
Right, all the words under the recommendation.
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Okay, is that what we need, or should we read the...
Yes, it's sufficient to say that you're moving to adopt the staff recommendation.
Okay.
Moving to accept the staff recommendation.
Which is adopting the resolution and introducing the ordinance. All right, we have a council member Moore.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other comments? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
No one opposed. Motion passes 5-0. And with that, I'll conclude this item, and we'll move to item 15. And that'll be Assistant Manager Nomura.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Katie Nomura, Assistant Town Manager. And so the item before you today is for authorizing the town manager to execute an agreement for revenue ballot measure consultant services with NBS in an amount not to exceed $105,000, and to authorize an expenditure budget adjustment in the amount of, like there is an error.
Thing, right?
Of $105,000. Sorry, I'm thinking of our consent item that already passed. My apologies. So of the same amount, budget adjustment. And so we went through a competitive process to review potential vendors for this, and we have selected NBS as our top consultant. And we also have them available on Zoom if you do have questions for them.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Badami.
I'm looking at the attachment that we have, actually Exhibit A. So do we have the full proposal from the consultant? It seems like we're missing some of the items.
We can share the full proposal with you. For the attachment, we have done just the scope of services.
Why wouldn't we include the full proposal in there?
So my recommendation was that we include the work that they'll be doing in order to make it part of the contract so that we can enforce the contract. The items that weren't included were like the biographies of the specific consultants that will be doing the work. So my recommendation was based on the fact that it should be the actual scope of services and what will be enforced. But there's also no harm in including extra information in the future.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? It's in the report, but basically what we're looking at is potentially 2 phases, correct? And could you talk me through that? Because it's not guaranteed that we'll do both phases.
Correct. Thank you so much for the question. And so there are 2 phases, and we have worked with the consultant to kind of split up these phases so that while there is an up to amount of $105,000, the whole purpose of this is to really explore whether or not a revenue ballot measure is going to be viable for our town. And so there's a whole process of polling and research that will go into this initial phase to assess whether or not it is viable. At that point, after the research is concluded, there will be another council item. We'll go to Finance Commission as well as the council with those results and the recommendation from the consultant whether or not there is a potential measure that is viable, or if there isn't, they'll provide that information at that time. If the council should choose to move forward, like, yes, let's pursue a revenue ballot measure, at that point, we would enter into phase 2, and those costs would then be on the table and be incurred. But if we choose not to move forward with a ballot measure, we will not incur any costs from phase 2. And so the phase 1 anticipated costs are estimated to be $44,000 roughly, and then the estimated cost for phase 2 would be around $40,000.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Moore. I didn't see which order.
So would a ballot measure identify specific services to be gained by a resident? I mean, different residents have different needs. They might not support some of the things that town might want to support. We did get a letter from Rob Stump in regards to wildfire prevention. Would we even know that a portion of it would go towards that? Is this just a general revenue gaining that it would be up to town staff to determine how to allocate it?
That is a great question. All of this is to explore those exact things. Like, should it be a specific measure? Should it be a general measure? And whether or not it would be allocated to specific projects, or if it would be generally used, and we can still let them know this is how we anticipate using the revenue from this measure. All of this would be part of the polling and the research to see what is viable.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore and then Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just another kind of question on the process. So we're talking about this, really what we're approving tonight, because it will come back to council. We're talking about this $44,600, and that we're talking about kind of a recommendation of go or no go, and here's some of your paths, here's some of your options for, this one's going to raise $1 million, this one could raise, 4 or whatever. Is that right?
Generally speaking, yes. I will say that the item before you in the recommended action is to authorize the full $105,000 as an up to amount, but we are committed to coming back to council prior to engaging on phase 2 to make sure that we have that direction to move forward.
Okay, great. Yeah, I really appreciate this process. I think this makes a lot of sense, and the $44,000 seems like a reasonable amount of money to invest in potentially, significant amounts more than that. Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie?
I'm not sure I completely understand. So phase 1 would be some polling where we're asking residents various questions of what they might support or not support, kind of thing, correct? Okay, so
that's correct.
This doesn't really say what kinds of questions are going to be asked. Are you looking for any direction from us? Or are you going to give us another opportunity to give suggestions of what we might like to see asked?
That's correct. We have not even initiated our first meeting with the consultant yet because the contract has not yet been approved. Once if council approves the contract, we will hold a kickoff meeting with the consultant, scope out the specifics of the project. We intend to go to the Finance Commission for input from it, and then come to council for guidance. So there will be many steps along the way. We are keeping the broadest menu of options on the table at this point. everything from things we've already done, such as transient occupancy tax, to things that maybe we haven't done yet. So we're at the very, very beginnings of the process.
Okay, because what I heard was you were going to come back to us at phase 2, but it sounds to me like you need to come back to us before that. And so we'll be able to give more input at that time. I would just add that, Mr. Stump's email did seem to make a lot of sense. One of the things I know we've been thinking about is a parcel tax for targeted towards our police department, and his suggestion was a parcel tax that was public safety and more generally, which could be used for the police or for vegetation management or other fire safety or other types of safety. So that I would just add that sounds like a good idea, although it sounds like you're still going to be working on which things you might put in the list. So at this point, I just say, well, that sounds like a good idea to me. Let's put that on the list of possibles.
Yeah, and let me just clarify that we need to do that analysis and then bring you what we find, so that way we know what additional steps we want to take next.
And we are still asking questions of staff, although I don't know if we'll have public comment, and then we'll go back to suggestions. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting at. I wanted to explore the foundation for doing this, but I would love to hear from the public if they have anything to say about it before I go there.
Okay, thank you. At the moment, I have no cards, and I'm waiting to see if anyone on Zoom. I do have a hand raised, and it's Ron Meyer.
As I mentioned in my general comments earlier, Los Gatos does not have a revenue problem. They have a spending problem. And now they're asking for more of our taxpayer dollars instead of looking at the priorities in the budgeting process and realigning accordingly in order to produce a balanced budget. That seems to be not able to be done by town staff and the town council via direction in terms of responsibly spending our tax dollars. Now here they are asking for more of our tax dollars, and we don't even get the transparency of the consultant proposal, and they give us some mealy-mouthed excuse as to why it's not there. That's not what transparency in government is all about. We're entitled to see that proposal. We're entitled to see the specifics of it, and it should have been included in the attachments to the packet that's been delivered tonight. This government is not being accountable to the taxpayers. And here they want more of our money. Like I said earlier, I looked at my current property tax bill and how much money is already going to the town of Los Gatos, and now you're asking me for more. And you're frivolously spending money in areas that are not in the priorities of the town of Los Gatos citizens based on the survey that's were done a little over a year ago in July and August. Why are we not using those priorities to determine our budgets and our spending priorities? This is not necessary if we do an adequate job of operating expense budgeting and capital expense budgeting. The fact that you're asking for more money, I don't see the justification. And so why are we even going down this path, spending more taxpayer dollars to do a survey in order to determine what's the best way to weasel word the tax proposal initiative on the ballot? To me, that's manipulation. That's deceitful. That's dishonest. And it basically goes to the fact that the values, principles, and ethics of the town mayor, which is in question, along with the other two council members, is what we're talking about here, because they are not being transparent to the taxpayers and the citizens of Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Veneta.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Why spend $100,000 for revenue ballot measure for consulting services to determine if a ballot measure would be viable on the November 2024 ballot when the town's general fund statement shows a $6.8 million surplus for fiscal year 23? In the June 23 budget, it showed a 5-year forecasted deficit of $12.5 million. Just 8 months later, the mid-year report showed the deficit had grown to $15.1 million. 4 months after that, the 23-24 budget showed a 5-year forecasted budget deficit of $16.6 million. So in a span of 12 months, our deficit increased to a total of $4.1 million. Will that be a credible presentation of your position to the public? Within the annual transmittal letter, readers will find the following statement by the town manager. Like any forecast, the forecast revenue estimates for the first year is the most critical in the process, as they ultimately define the expenditure limitations for the upcoming budget year. Our past history of budgets compared to actual are notoriously off, with actual surpluses exceeding budgets for the last 10 years. Though the town won't have a final number for us until November, how is the council able to make an assumption that any of the 5-year forecasts are even close to accurate? Is it better to tax the citizens or is it better to cut costs? We don't know. Are you going to spend over $100,000 prior to having the facts in hand that would justify spending that much money? Mayor Risto and Councilmember Rennie saw the paper presented to the Finance Commission that showed the $6.8 million fund surplus for fiscal year 2023. In that same meeting, the town stated that it is an incorrect posting, but they can't show us anything to prove otherwise until sometime in November. What will the voters think about making a decision to spend $100,000 before you know what you're supposed to do? The town currently admits to a $700,000 surplus plus $1.6 million from reduced expenses for a total $2.3 million surplus. How will you justify spending $100,000 to the voters without looking like this is just another political move to rake cash into the town's coffers? The fiscal year budget showed a $3.2 million deficit for 23. That's a budget to actual swing between $5.5 to $10 million. How do you plan to justify a tax increase on us with this kind of surplus or missing projections by such a wide margin?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions for the speaker? Let's see, I have no more hands on Zoom and I'm going to the room now. So Linda Swenberg.
Hi. First of all, I wanted to thank you, Mayor Risto, for bringing up the issue about affordability in our community and that so many families are struggling and not able to pay all their bills and able to save above and beyond that. And that goes beyond housing costs. I mean, part of the housing costs are our tax bills, and they are going up. That's just, nature, the nature of taxes. They're going to continue to go up. I want you all to think about how this really looks, especially in light of that discussion about affordability, to be putting this money into, this investigation at this moment. And then specifically, I heard some discussion about that the consultant would actually be looking at whether or not they would be looking for a general use versus a specific use item. I don't know what you call it, tax. But from what I understand, it's actually kind of a waste of money to pay them for this because we all know that you're probably going to go for general use with, you're going to say you're going to try to spend the money on specific things, but it's really going to be open for general use. And the reason for that is that you don't need as many votes if you state that for a revenue measure in our state. So that's my understanding of the law. I could be wrong, but I don't even know why you'd spend money on that in particular. So please take that out. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have any questions for you. Thank you. So I don't have any more cards. I don't have any hands up. So I'm going to close the public comment and turn to my fellow council members for a discussion. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. I guess what I wanted to do is understand a little bit about the foundation for this request now. And so it's a request on the revenue side, not on other levers that we have to pull. So I wanted to understand a little bit about where we are and whether we think we need this. And the reason I'm asking this is, yes, we're going to ask the citizens about whether it's viable. Well, I think we have the responsibility to at least understand why we are asking for a revenue change of any kind. And so, question, have we realized additional TOT taxes this year? Have there been programs that are yielding an improvement in our TOT program?
Thank you for the question. Let me just say that this is a council priority to look at fiscal sustainability for the town, and revenue measures were one part of that, as well as cost cutting. We brought various cost-cutting measures to the Finance Commission and to our council about a year ago, and we didn't get much interest, and so we're now turning to the revenue side. We, on an ongoing basis, look at our revenues and look at our budget. We are in the process of our annual audit, and at the end of November, we will have public our annual comprehensive financial report, which will be the audited statement about whether or not there was or was not a surplus at the end of June 30th, 2023. So that data will be available in about a month and a half. So that work is underway. Back in June, we brought the request for proposal for this work to the town council, because before we went out to bid, we wanted to make sure council wanted us to do this work, and council said, yes, go forward. So we've done the analysis. We issued the request for proposals. We got a tremendous response and have selected, in our opinion, the best consultant of the group. This is a very measured process as described in the scope of services to this contract. So you'll see the analysis that will be moving forward, all of the choices. What if council does decide to move forward? One of the things that we've done in the past is we have a factual website on our financial transparency webpage that talks about our current financial status. Members of the public are welcome to visit our website now to review our financial statements, review our budget. All of that is currently public. We don't have updated numbers yet. It's October 17th, and we will be presenting our mid-year report to you in the second meeting in February, when we will have updated information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
So I don't think I got an answer about whether we've raised additional transit and occupancy tax revenue this year. And I think I'm hearing that we aren't going to know anything more about whether we have a surplus or a deficit until the end of November. And by the way, I did listen to the Finance Commission, and I just find it really astounding that we're going for 6 months and we have to wait till November to find out what happened 6 months ago. We implemented the beginning of KPIs in order to give us some visibility on a regular basis, and to be able to give us some indication about whether it's a $2.3 million surplus or 6.8 or 700,000. Those are important facts. The other question I wanted to ask relative to that is, what progress has the town made on two things, not just cost reductions, but productivity improvements. And how much is projected for productivity improvements over the next 2 to 4 years? We established some goals for that, and productivity improvements, they benefit everyone. They benefit our residents because things get done faster, and they benefit our staff because they are working in a more efficient manner, and they benefit the residents of the town because we yield the financial results of productivity improvements. So, what tangible numbers can we talk about with cost reductions and productivity improvements? Because they're the other part of this picture. Revenue is only one part of it.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for your ongoing interest in efficiencies. Efficiencies and ongoing effectiveness are critical to all local governments because the state continues to give us new unfunded mandates. So in order for us with our lean staff to continue to provide excellent services to our residents, it is actually an operational imperative that we determine how we can do our work more efficiently and effectively. We do that primarily through the use of technology and putting into place systems that can handle the more routine tasks, so that way our intelligent and skilled employees with degrees and certifications in so many different disciplines can really focus on the high-value work and the customer service that our residents and businesses have come to expect. I cannot put a dollar figure on the savings. I can just say that we are doing more with less every single year because we are not increasing headcount, but the workload continues to grow. We have 3 people in our HR department doing all of the recruitment, all of the benefit work, and all of the other employee relations, bargaining, everything that has to happen. Most companies have an entire suite of people. We have 3 individuals. We have 3 people doing technology for all of our departments. PD has 1 dedicated IT person. Technology is the way of the future. So the foundation of this town and the foundation of our organization, our attorney's office, 2 people, well, actually 1 full-time, our town attorney, and then someone who works a little bit less than full-time. It's absolutely incredible the amount of work that this organization produces on the backs of so few individuals. So, there will always be other cost-cutting measures, but the fact is that our costs are rising faster than our revenues are coming in. Los Gatos is doing pretty well in terms of revenues, but we have only 5 hotels in this town, and not all of the Airbnbs have signed up. So we're not receiving as much TOT as we would love to receive. So this is a real challenge for us, and it's a long-term challenge. And if the voters aren't ready in 24, we understand that, but this is going to be an ongoing conversation for this community for a long, long time. And a lot of that is because we are an old city. We've been around since 1887. So newer cities that are neighbors to us, they've only been around since the 60s. They don't have the same fiscal challenges that an old town like us have to shoulder. So we're in a very different predicament than some of our neighbors. But we will continue to look for efficiencies. I think the staff recognizes that this is part of our future, and we will do everything we can to do the best we can for this town.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll share a few comments. So I think one place we have to start from is that we understand if we all of us approved the the budget and all of our financial documents earlier this year, and we do forecast a structural deficit, right? And that's something that I as a layman when it comes to finance can see in our charts. And so I think that I think about comments that I hear from folks about, cut X, cut Y. If we want to cut things, those are services we're cutting. Those are things that we have to go tell the town residents that we're going to have less police officers, so our response times are going to be slower. Or, people love our planning department, right? The applications go through smoothly and quickly. If we have to, our town is the bulk of our budget that we approve every year is on people. And so I think it's concerning to me to think about, not continuing to keep the great staff that we have. And I think, I come into the council, the town hall all the time and see the folks working so hard every single day. They are incredibly productive. They're more productive than I am at my work. I never see anybody on Instagram or Facebook when I walk into town hall here. And I often, I'll go on a bike ride on a Friday night at 6 p.m. or whatever, and I'll see cars from town staff sitting here on a Friday when I'm starting my weekend. So I just want to make sure that we are being, I am being very clear as a council member that I value how hard our staff works, and I think that I would never want to call that into question. So I go back to what services we want to cut, and if we can, we can tell that story, right? And if we get to November 2024, the beauty of a tax is that people get to vote on it, right? And that's what I think is good about this, is that if people decide they're okay with, X, Y, and Z going away or not getting X, Y, and Z, they can vote the tax down. But I heard, especially when I was running, from some of the folks that I've heard from tonight, that the structural deficit is one of the biggest issues we face as a town. And to me, this is investigating this step to close it, I think is prudent and makes sense to move forward with this evening.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you. If the full council is not prepared to move forward with this tonight, pending maybe more financial information, what amount of time would a consultant need, and what would be the deadline for placing the ballot measure for 2024?
I can allow Danielle Wood to kind of speak to this in terms of timing. When working with her and kind of getting this RFQ done and completed and having someone selected in that draft agreement to council, we are right about in the good timing where, being able to move forward and prepare the research and the polling now would be an ideal time, but I will allow Danielle to kind of speak to any other specifics in terms of if there is more time we can kind of squeeze out of that timeline to still be ready.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm Danielle Wood from NBS. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, perfect. So I think that we do still have some time if the town decides to move forward with the ballot measure. But one of the considerations that we had in this proposal was to do revenue modeling. So staff and town council could look at options available to you for finding additional revenue. So if you decided to move forward, say for a portion of that revenue that you needed with an assessment rather than a ballot measure, your time is running shorter and shorter, because while we have in the packet tonight, you can see that the deadline for council to submit the measure related documents to the county is August of 24. That is when the assessment would need to go on the tax roll if you were going to use that form of revenue measure. And that would need to then be presented to you in April, May at the latest in order to get approval to get placed on the tax roll. So with a ballot measure, you still have some time. But if you're looking at other revenue measures that we may bring to you through the modeling that you may be interested in, the longer you wait, the further out you could push that. And if say in this instance, if you were looking at an assessment, then that would roll over to the next year, and you don't collect that revenue that's placed on the tax roll in August, say, of 2024. If you miss that deadline, then you wouldn't collect it till December of 2025. So there are some time considerations here, and the more time that you have for the community to provide feedback, the better you can decide their priorities and work towards accomplishing the goals that your constituents are looking to accomplish.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it. Okay. All right. I'll go to Councilmember Rennie and Councilmember Hudes, and I wanted to make some comments.
Well, we haven't talked about our finances for several months now, so I guess we're kind of forgetting the picture, which didn't look very good. We've had some quotes of our Finance Commission, but what they missed quoting was the concern that the Commission had over our pension funding status. Particularly, the police had dropped to, I think it was 68% because this was based on June of 2022, and it was a really bad year in the stock market. So we got hammered on our funds in those pension funds. They then in the Finance Commission meeting told us we're probably at 5 or 5.5% return for this year that ended in June. We don't know that. It takes a while for them to figure it out. Our funding is based on a 6.5% assumption, so we're going to actually fall. Our funding status is going to fall behind again when we get the report for this June. There was discussion about the concern that our unfunded payments, particularly, I think they were thinking police, but probably all of them, now they're mostly focused on police, is continuing to grow, and that this, the words I heard from the chair was, we need to do something about this, right? So there's concern from the Finance Commission about our finances, particularly from, the big problem, which has been our pensions. This is something that's been a problem since I've been on council. We, over the years, squeezed where we could and put more money into our pension funds to try to get our funding status up. I can't remember, we've put probably $5-6 million now over a few years, but it's hard to keep up, particularly when there's losses in the stock market there. So I just want to remind us a little bit that there is that huge problem of increasing unfunded pensions, which will squeeze the rest of our budget. The second point I want to make is the last couple of years we've actually had it kind of good because we've had the ARPA funds available to us. Whatever we wanted to do, we had millions of dollars that we could decide which way to go. Those funds are going to be gone. So now, the discretion to put some into vegetation management isn't going to come out of this effectively free pot of money that we got. Funding our senior roadmap, trying to fund improvements to our community center and so forth are going to be much harder to find in the future. I was thinking kind of what the vice mayor seemed to be alluding to, that maybe we don't approve this tonight, that we bring back our finances again before we approve this so we can remember what state we are really in. That sounds like it may be possible based on the timing information that we got. The idea, I personally like the ballot idea better, which had more time because we let our citizens decide on this. It is an important decision, an assessment that our citizens don't get to decide on. I'm much less favorable to, so I'm less worried about, as was mentioned, well, if we want to go that way, we got to hurry up. I'm less likely to go that way anyway. So the vice mayor didn't mention it, but I think she alluded to the possibility of maybe delaying this item. It might be an okay idea with me.
Councilmember Hudes, and then I'll say something, and then Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Rennie that it might make sense to make this decision in the context of a full financial picture. And I would be much more comfortable in moving forward a step on a revenue measure if I knew a little bit more. And you can always say, well, you wait for a little more information, but we actually have a cycle where we're going to get a very clear picture of where we are at the end of November. I also would say that personally, I would want two other things that I think are important to understand. It's in addition to our financial picture and the depths of a structural deficit, one of those is some specifics on what we're trying to achieve in terms of productivity enhancements. And the other thing I would be very interested in before I were to feel comfortable on taking another revenue step is what use would this be for? And for town staff to weigh in on whether we need this money for wildfire safety or public safety or something like that, because I think it would be much more compelling. And then we can figure out the right way to structure as a general tax or not. But it would be very important, I think, to understand where is that gap in terms of the needs of the town. And so those two things would bring this into focus in addition to understanding the financial picture.
Okay, I'll go to the manager.
Thank you. And thank you for this discussion in terms of the information that the council is seeking. If we could perhaps suggest an option for your consideration, all of the information that you're requesting is really probably best suited when we've completed phase one of the analysis, because then we can bring forward what was the results of the revenue modeling, what were the results of the polling, and because at this point, we're not asking you to make a choice about a specific or general tax. We're not asking you to make a choice about whether or not to put something on the ballot, or if you want to consider an assessment or some other mechanism. There's so many other mechanisms out there. We're just saying, can we get a little bit of consultant help to start this process? Because really, I think we can have that more robust conversation if we can get started with the consultant services. So that's something for council's consideration.
Thank you.
And we're happy to bring back all that information as well. But I think it's just premature to be starting to talk about general versus specific until we've done the work with our possible consultant.
Right. I mean, what I wanted to say is, I think the first phase, the $44,000 is what we need to do to answer these questions, because we are not saying whether this will be TOT, whether it would be an additional sales tax, whether it would be a parcel tax. It needs to be explored. We need to look at the revenue modeling. We need to understand where our community is. I know each person knows where they are, but when I talk to people, I have people asking if we could have more police. They want more street sweeping. We definitely know we don't have an ongoing source of income for our wildfire preparation. We don't have enough money to do the tree trimming at the rate that we want and to, follow through on a lot of what was outlined in our fire safety plan that is a priority to a lot of our residents, maybe most of them. And so I don't think we know what we don't know. We do know that we have a structural budget deficit. We do know that we have unfunded pension liabilities. That was a big discussion at the Finance Commission meeting, as Councilmember Rennie brought up. So whether we have a surplus this year or not, What we do know is that we have to figure out a way to maintain the services or find out if our residents are quite happy with not doing all the wildfire trimming and not enhancing our police department and not having all the services we have. But we don't know that until we do some revenue modeling, until we do the polling, until we find out what would be supported. And having worked in the past as a volunteer on high school revenue measures, I know that nobody goes to the poll until they've done that. You find out, do people want to pay more money? What do they want? Will this pass? And if it doesn't look like it has wheels, or if the council, after we spend $44,000 and get more answers to our questions, we can decide, do we want to take the next step or not? But we don't know what the next step is until we do this first step. And I think this is an investment worth making right now. Councilmember Hudes.
I think there is value of engaging a consultant in understanding the process, and I think there's value in doing some revenue modeling. But going to the public is a step that I would not want to go to until I knew that we had a revenue problem, and that we're not exercising similar efforts in cost reduction and especially in efficiency and productivity. So those are missing from this first phase, the way I read it. And we would go to a poll and a questionnaire, and we're asking the public whether they would like to pay more money, but we can't look them in the eye and say, we've explored everything that we can in terms of cost reduction, and we've explored everything that we can in terms of efficiency and productivity, which, by the way, benefits everyone. So that's where the phase one, concerns me. The idea of working with a consultant and potentially doing some revenue modeling is okay if we're also getting to some of those questions before we go to the public, and certainly having a financial picture would be helpful.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So I don't think we have a lack of information here tonight. I think we have all the financial documents from the last few years. We have the forecast to look at. The forecast shows a deficit, and we know, the mayor alluded to this, even if we have a gigantic surplus this year, that does not solve a structural deficit that we have here. The unfunded pension liability grows every year. It's not going away until we address it. So I don't know what more information people need. I think it's just going to show the same thing for the next year. I don't know what we would have done that would have changed the picture drastically this year. I'm hearing that the council isn't satisfied with some of the efficiency or productivity measures, so we're looking at the same picture we're looking at, right? We have the same information. I don't know what more information we need. A few other things. So I'm glad to hear the consultant feels comfortable, extending the timeline a little bit. I'll share. When I ran for office, when I wanted to run a campaign for office, I had made my decision at this time. I had made my decision in October of the year prior, because there's a lot of work that goes into running a campaign. It's no joke, right? And so I don't know why we would tie our hands behind our backs about something we're trying to explore in earnest, when the issue is we want more information. I feel very comfortable with the financial picture of where we're at. I hear, the hesitations about this, the whole process here. So a question for staff: would it be possible to only approve phase one of $44,600 this evening and split the contract?
I think you can authorize for up to that amount, and we can return to get the additional authorization at a later point. If I could also offer, just, as a suggestion, I do think there's value in kind of being able to move forward with some of this work, as to the points made here, that some of the information and questions you might have could be informed by some of this work. So what we can also consider is we hear the desire for this additional information, and possibly with once the audit concludes and we have additional information and a clearer financial picture, we can have a further discussion about kind of the items that are being brought up this evening. And then perhaps by that point, we might also have some of the revenue modeling results by then. And then we can also come and discuss that with the council if that's desirable. But again, that would require executing at least on phase 1 this evening.
Thank you. So I'll just conclude by saying I think it would make sense to move forward at least with the phase 1 $44,000. I think that we, as a council, we keep revisiting this discussion of needing more information, and it's hard because I think that we're never going to have all of the information we need. We're never going to know the answer to the questions we're asking before we ask them, right? And figure all these things out. And so this is something I would be very comfortable with, and I think we would be doing this process and the potential good that could come out of this process a huge disservice by not moving forward with just, exploring the option of a revenue measure or other revenue streams this evening.
Thank you. I mean, I agree. I think we can get this information moving forward. We may or may not make a decision to put anything on the ballot or not, but I think we need to find out what is possible, what is necessary, and we're not going to put this off for 3 weeks and suddenly realize we don't have a structural budget deficit, problem. We don't have unfunded pension liability issues. We no longer have a risk of wildfire, and we have plenty of money to do all the tree trimming we want and remove more eucalyptus. So I think we know those things exist, and I think we should be able to make this decision tonight to find out what does the revenue modeling look like, what does our community support, what are the possible revenue enhancements, and then decide if it seems like something we want to move forward with. Putting this off tonight gets us nowhere. It's not going to change anything. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, the point where I become uncomfortable is when we go to the public and poll them on revenue before we have our facts. And I would only be comfortable with supporting the kickoff meeting and revenue modeling, but not developing public opinion research, drafting a poll, getting results, compiling analysis of the survey. That's all part of phase 1. And I think that, not that we lack information, I think we lack foundation for asking our public to consider an additional tax. So that's where I am on it. I'm not comfortable with all of phase 1.
I have a question. I'll go to the manager. Are we going to be telling people we have, to me, the public input would be, what do people think we should be doing more of? I mean, I have people, anyway.
Yeah, I can't answer that question because there's a lot of thought that goes into different types of polling and community survey work, as we know from our past experience. But I would say to what our assistant town manager suggested, one path forward is to at least authorize phase 1 of the work and make the necessary budget adjustments for the lower amount of funding. And then we are happy to bring back to the council the results of the revenue modeling prior to doing any polling. And at that time, we're happy to bring back, any new financial information that isn't already in the public domain at that time. So we're happy to add a step to the process if that gives the council more comfort. But it will affect our timeline by adding that extra step. But if that is the will of the council, we can accommodate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Brenny.
I have a question. So again, I keep trying to reread the phase 1 and what we're trying to do here. One of the things it says they're going to work. NBS will work with your team, us, to understand the specific needs and or demand in the town's programs and services. That sounds like it could be interesting in itself to get sort of an outsider's look on that. We keep talking about polling for revenue, but I'm still wondering what exactly is that, just polling for revenue, and how. I mean, it's to me that sounds like we're going to go ask people, what would you pay for? What would you pay for? And it makes me think about, we already did a survey once where we collect a lot of information about, you know, what services are important to our citizens and so forth. My question is, are we going to tie to that survey somehow? Is this polling going to be kind of an expansion of what we learned from that and where we wanted to learn some more? There seems to be some concern about this revenue polling, but I don't see what the difference is between learning more about what came from that other poll. So could you talk about the connection to the poll that we've already done?
Sure. So in spring of 2022, we did a community survey, and we're hoping to replicate this survey every 2 years, so we get time series information. And from that poll, we learned that the community's top priorities, and of course, public safety was number one. Streets and street condition was number two, and other town services were quite important. We will be providing that survey and its results and the crosstabs to our consultant if we are able to hire our consultant. And if I may, if our consultant wants to just give a little bit of insight in terms of the polling methodology and how you would use our past community survey. I know we haven't talked about this much yet since we haven't started the engagement, but I think the council's interested to know how this works. Thank you.
Sure, yeah. So we would definitely look at your most recent survey that you've completed to decide what the polling questions are going to be, because ultimately we want to build on as much knowledge as you have available to us to create those questions. But the polling would touch on revenue measures and the support of that, but it would be in line with the priorities that community members are saying that they have, right? So first, the questions are developed so they ask what is important to you as a community member, and then judge how important that is when it comes to paying for that through some form of additional revenue. So because a lot of times people will say that something's very important, but then when you put a dollar amount to it, then there's a different reaction. So it would be testing those, and based on responses, then some polling participants would get additional questions that would lead us to have more information on if they really support certain priorities, if they really support certain services, and to what level. And then, of course, there would be some questions. We wouldn't want to leave out questions about some cost of living or sunset questions, things that may be important for your community members in looking at the trust level that they have in the town and approving a ballot measure.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I wonder if staff could put the draft timeline up on the screen. Because I think I'm talking to it, and I don't know that everyone is on the same page that I am. When I was talking about where we might do a milestone, let's see if I can tell you what page of the staff report. I think it's page 207 of the staff report.
Thank you, Jenna. I think it's just a few pages before that. That's agenda item 16.
I think it's page 207 of the full packet.
207 in the packet. I don't know.
And if it helps, it's in Exhibit A to Attachment 1, Scope of Services.
Page 7 of the scope.
Thank you. If you could make that a little bit bigger, and I'm sorry for springing this request on you, but it gets to where I think it would make sense logically, in my mind, would be for, if we were to move forward to do the kickoff meeting and the revenue modeling, but not to move forward with the public opinion research, and to drop a milestone. If you can make that, is it possible to make that a little bit bigger? Yeah, at the end of November 23, to drop a milestone in there and come back to the council, so that we can understand what the financial need is and what other measures we are taking before we start polling on revenue measures, which is what that polling is about. So, I think the approach and the methodology makes sense all the way through. It's just a matter of having a decision point where we can look at this before we start asking the public to support revenue measures. I just don't think it's responsible to ask the public for enhanced revenue until we can state, and Councilmember Moore was asking, well, what more information? Well, one interesting piece of information was whether we have a $750,000 surplus or a $2.3 million surplus or a $6.8 million surplus this year, because it would be very hard to ask for a revenue measure, maybe, in the order of 2 million or 5 million, if in fact we're running a surplus at exactly the same time. So I think we would be more credible in entering into that step of public opinion research if we were able to do that at that point. So that's what I was suggesting. I couldn't support the full phase one. I mean, authorizing the money is okay, but I think it would have to be, in my mind, it would have to be accompanied by a milestone where the council takes a look at this picture before we start asking for public opinion on revenue measures.
Councilmember Moore, Councilmember Rennie, and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to ask the consultant if what is being talked about here, authorizing the first phase of the contract, going through some of these initial modeling, the revenue modeling, the stakeholder, whatever, and delaying the public opinion and polling, is that feasible for the process that you've proposed?
So it is feasible. My only concern is that if during the holidays, if we push back a meeting and then there's a meeting missed, that quickly we are into the new year. So I think that I do think it's fine though to say that we approve phase one and that we don't actually go out to the polling until council feels comfortable with that. I think that would work fine. I do also want to mention that the polling is a statistically valid survey that would look at interviews, in this proposal, interviews of about 300 residents. So this isn't a survey that's opened up. You see later on that timeline, there's a community survey there that's opened up to the entire community. So the number of people that we reach out to is much smaller as far as gathering information to determine how to move forward on the next steps. So, but I do think that would be fine to get council's approval before actually going to the polling process.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll let my other council members chime in, but I'm ready to make that motion.
I also have, if I can ask a quick follow-on question to the consultant on that. So the stakeholder outreach and public engagement messaging, if that got started, we would know that's not actually talking to the public, that's just working on the wording, or is that actually starting the public outreach if we followed this timeline?
No, the stakeholder outreach and public engagement messaging is more internal for staff and elected officials to understand the concepts of what the polling will look like, what is being shared with the community as far as what priorities we already see. Because a lot of times if there's misinformation that's shared, it's a lot harder to get that back, right? So we want to make sure that everyone has all the educational material that you're looking for here before you move into the polling process, and you're aware of what that process looks like, how many people will be, because you'll have a lot of people that may come to the meetings and say, you know, no one reached out to me, understanding how many people we're looking at, how many people are included in the interviews. Just having that background information is why we start that so early in the process.
Okay, because I'm leaning toward wanting to get through the first 3 steps before we have a check-in point. So I had Councilmember Moore, then Rennie, then Vice Mayor. I'm sorry. Yes. What, you're done, right, Councilman? Okay.
Okay, so I'm okay. I think from what I'm hearing, it seems like we probably need to authorize the 44K to get all the way through phase 1, but it looks like probably the first council meeting in December, we look at what they have for a draft poll, but we don't allow it to move poll into the field until we've had that milestone. Seems to be what's being requested. I did want to make the comment, though. There was a description given by our consultant two times back when she spoke about when I asked the question about using the poll for what we already know people are interested in. And I actually just wanted to point out, I really like the idea of people will say, yes, I want this, yes, I want that, but you don't really find out how much they want it till you ask them, will you pay for it? And so that's what this really seems like to me, is more understanding that list we got from if you had to pay for it, do you still really want it kind of thing, or how badly do you really want it? And that's what it sounds like a lot of this first phase is going to be. So I'm actually pretty interested to put that spin on the information we already know from our first poll, but I'm okay with putting a milestone point there at the first council meeting in December if the mayor can fit us in.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
If it was council's will for just the 2 items at the kickoff meeting and the revenue meeting only, I'm getting, I think, the answer that we still would have to commit to the $44,000, even if we didn't want to proceed with the rest of it. But I think I'm hearing from maybe the majority of council that that wouldn't even be an issue at this point.
I will say that the contract says that the town pays for each task as it's completed. And so even though the council would be authorizing the $44,000, the town would only be paying for tasks upon completion.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Sounded like we had a potential motion. Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm happy to make a motion. So I will make a motion to authorize the town manager to execute an agreement for revenue ballot measure consultant services with NBS in an amount not to exceed $44,600 and authorize an expenditure budget adjustment in the amount of $44,600 from the general fund, with the understanding that, I wrote it down, the staff will bring staff and the consultant will bring back the revenue model and other pieces of this completed before moving forward in the next step of public polling.
I would second that, although I would like to also concurrently, because they're concurrent steps, develop the stakeholder outreach and public engagement messaging so we could see that. And that takes us through November. So,
Great. Yeah,
friendly
that's
amendment?
great. That's absolutely.
Okay, then I'll second it. Any discussion? Councilmember Hudes?
Yeah, I'll support the motion, but I would also just add a comment that I'm not going to be comfortable moving forward beyond that point without understanding the full financial picture of the town, and also understanding in tangible terms what we're trying to achieve on cost reduction and productivity enhancements over the next couple of years. So it's just a heads up that that's where my head is at in terms of being able to approve going beyond that. It's not simply to say, did we do a great job on our revenue modeling, but does that revenue side fit in with the other elements of our financial picture? Thank you.
Okay, and that's just a feeling. You're not prejudging how you're going to vote before we get the information. Vice Mayor.
Well, I won't be supporting the motion. We are stewards of our town money, and I'm not ready to move forward at this point without more financial information. I understand the need to increase revenue and reduce expenses. I keep hearing that we have a lean staff, and I don't doubt that, but we continue to pile on new workloads with new commissions and even extending the scope of our current commissions. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. So passes 4-1 with Vice Mayor Badami declining. And yes. So thank you, Assistant Manager Nomura. And I am going to, it's 9:05. I'm going to call for a 10-minute break. So let's be back here at 9:15. Thank you. I'll move to item 16, and it looks like our town manager will be doing the report.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. This item pertains to our town boards, committees, and commissions. And for simplicity's sake, I'm going to use the term commissions, but I really mean all of our boards and committees. This is another one of our council strategic priorities, to look at our commissions and evaluate whether or not some changes need to be made to better align with those strategic priorities. The strategic priorities exhibit is contained in attachment 1 for your reference. And really, we're talking primarily about 6 or so of all of the boards and commissions. These are the ones that have a lot more flexibility. Arts and Culture, Community Health and Senior Services, Complete Streets and Transportation, our Parks Commission, our Youth Commission. The Library Board is also on this list, but there are some specific requirements for library boards since we do have our own independent library. So if there are specific changes to that particular board, Director Baker is on the Zoom and can provide any additional guidance. Staff has no specific recommendations. The staff report acknowledges some of our earlier conversation this fall as it pertains to how we might be able to address sustainability, which is another key interest of the council. And if you have any other suggestions with respect to other commissions, any next steps would include modifying the enabling resolutions of the respective commissions and bringing that back for a subsequent council discussion. And what that means is that if there are any changes that are directed this evening, they most likely will not be implemented in time for the fall recruitment, which is currently underway. So just want to set that expectation. And with that, staff are available to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions at the moment from council members? Okay, so I will open the public comment, and at this point, I don't have any cards for item 16, and I'm looking to my 3 Zoom members, and I don't see any hands raised. So with that, I will close public comment and move to my fellow council members for discussion, questions, motions. Council Member Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So part of what is talked about in the in the staff report, and I think part of why this is here before us is talking about the Parks Commission and the sustainability. The potential of parks and sustainability morphing into one. And I was a little bit maybe hesitant on that idea for a little bit, just because the Parks Commission, I know, is very busy and they do a lot of great things, and they're there's some of our very active commissioners that are doing the beautification committee, et cetera. And so I reached out to the chair of the commission, Rob Stevenson, who I learned has been the chair for the last 3 years, because it sounds like he's been the chair for the last 3 years. And he actually thinks this is a really, potentially morphing these is a really good idea and gives the commission something else to sink their teeth into. And parks is, parks are very, very important, but parks and sustainability really opens up the this commission to do a lot more good. And I think that, sustainability is a key focus for our council, for our community, for our youth, for everyone. And so I think that seems like a really good idea.
Thank you. I mean, part of, we did put this as a priority. One of the things I was thinking about as we put this forward, and we're planning for it this year, is that needs change, commissions morph. In the past, we've had a lot of changes with our transportation commissions. So, I think it's a good idea to take a look at all of our commissions and take a refresh. And as I look through here, it's really hard to say that any commission or committee or board that we have is unnecessary. So I can't imagine sunsetting any of them. I do know, like, senior services community health and senior services is really busy right now. But one of the things I felt like we've lacked is a sustainability commission. And given the difficulty, we've already got a new commission that's been enabled, and a standalone sustainability commission doesn't seem tenable, but Parks Commission seems like a perfect home for it. And I did speak to a couple of Parks commissioners who are quite excited and interested in it. I don't know, like, if we want to define what they take on, or if they should look at what aspects of sustainability. I mean, if we're talking about native plants at the parks, I know that our town staff does a lot of our sustainability work in terms of growing greener together, newsletter. All of our sustainability work presently resides with staff. And so I don't know if there could be some leveraging of the commission to either amplify that or do additional work, or if the commission would want to look at it. But in terms of some of the things that came up in the staff report, there was discussion of, well, are we going to look at, measuring greenhouse gases, or are we going to look at, turf or other things? For me, I think what would be the most important is, I do think this pairs well with parks. They are open to it. And I think you start with what they deal with, the green space. And so how do we look at native plants? How do we look at clean creeks? The sustainability portion that pertains to our open spaces in our parks is what I personally would see as a really good fit with what they've got. And like any other commission, annually, they would look at where their strengths are, where their interest is, what are the council priorities, and what work would they be doing. So that's kind of the only change I would want to make to any commission that we're discussing tonight, but I'm open to hearing from other council members. Councilmember Rennie, former Parks Commissioner.
Yeah, a long time ago, actually. Getting to be 9 years ago since I was on Parks Commission. Yeah, but I looked at the list of our commissions also, and all of them have full important workload, so I couldn't see how to change any of them or combine them, or certainly not eliminate anything. I'm trying to think what other needs we might have that might roll into them. Nothing comes to mind. We did create this new DEI commission. If it wasn't going to be sort of all-encompassing, it might have fit with the library board a little bit, but I think that's kind of already done. The sustainability is the one place that for a long time I've been saying, it'd be nice to, staff has always said that every department has their responsibility for sustainability, but we haven't really had an opportunity for citizens to be engaged in this area and bring more of their ideas. So, I also talked to some parks commissioners too, and they seem excited about adding sustainability. Staff has a list of items that all seem like good ideas: the greenhouse gas reduction, tree canopy, recycling, energy conservation, water conservation. Climate resiliency is also important as our climate changes. We've done a little bit of that with our battery backup that we added to our library as a climate resiliency during power shutoffs, to make sure that can be a cooling center and so forth on really hot days when we may lose power even. There may be other opportunities to be thinking about flooded areas, if we get too much water, or other effects. So that seems reasonable. The one thing I don't see on the list that I would call zero waste, the idea that there's a limit to how much we can put in our landfills, and one of the big problems is packaging, right? If we could find ways to get less plastic, bulky, minimize packaging so that it doesn't have to go into the landfills, or ways for appliances, machines, whatever, go back to manufacturers instead of into the garbage. So that idea of zero waste I would add to the list also. But I'm very supportive of changing the Parks Commission charter to be Parks and Sustainability Commission, and let them run with it and see what they want for an initial work plan and where they go from there.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I think it would be valuable, and that's probably the logical place to address sustainability. What I'm concerned about is the staff effort to support the enhanced scope of that commission, particularly in light of some of the recent additions that we've made to staff responsibilities. So we added a full-time parking coordinator, and we've added some amount of staff to support an 11-member commission. So I'm interested in, the level of staff effort that it's going to take to expand this commission's responsibilities, and I'm particularly sensitive to that because the senior services roadmap called for a 0.2 FTE staff to coordinate the provision of senior services, which is critical to a large number of our population, things like meals and housing and adult daycare. And those currently we're kind of managing those with a commission, but the intention was to dedicate at least 1 day a week of staff time to support that. And so I'm concerned about how much staff time would go to support this enhanced scope, given that I don't think we're adequately coordinating the senior services that are needed in the community right now.
So I can take the senior services part of the question, and then I'd like to ask Director Burnham to talk about the implication of adding sustainability to the Parks Commission. As you recall, the town council asked the town manager's office to absorb the equivalent of the 0.2 full-time equivalent. Council did not budget additional resources to this. It was asked that we just absorb that work. We are doing that to the best of our ability, but there is definitely not the staff capacity to oversee the work of all of our service providers. That's really not the role of the town. We are available and have been working with our senior population and answering questions as they come up and talking with our service providers as they've had questions about community grants and how to access resources. And we will be bringing an item forthcoming later on in November to bring back the community center concept that council did put some dollars towards. So we are working on the senior roadmap with community health and senior services, but we have absorbed that at work effort without adding any additional resources. Thank you.
Good evening, Nicole Burnham, Director of Parks and Public Works. Thanks for the question. The Parks Commission currently meets bi-monthly. And those agendas are pretty packed. I think if we were to take on a topic as meaty as sustainability, we'd probably need to look at a monthly meeting cadence. Our team supports the Parks Commission. They're a Brown Act commission, so we publish agendas and meeting minutes. My team is pretty fully stacked at this point, so doubling the workload of that commission will be a challenging. So we'll need to sort through that as we move forward.
So if I could follow up, do we have an estimate of staff time to require that enhanced scope?
I would say it's 4 to 6 hours a month between agenda preparation and memorandums and meeting minutes.
And so it's less than a day a week?
Yes, less than a day a month.
Mm-hmm. But it sounds like it's an additional almost day a month. So I guess, as we're making this decision, is this something that we should do this year, or do you think that that's I mean, I'm hearing from our community that they really want a sustainability commission. I know from our council we do, but I also hate to sit here and just dish out more work. I'll go to the town manager.
So one way, and I appreciate that so many of the council members reached out to our existing parks commissioners and the chair. I think the easy way to start might be to look at the places where sustainability and parks naturally interface. So for example, we're having a special meeting with our Arts and Culture Commission together with the Parks Commission to talk about the community garden. That's an excellent opportunity to talk about native plantings as well as cultural elements and artistic elements that might be added to the gardens. So I think if the Parks Commission knows that this is a topic of interest, we can naturally start to include green themes within the Parks Commission workload without necessarily adding a whole new topic to them. So we can let this evolve a little bit, and maybe we do that during 24 to try and get a sense. And then I would recommend that if that's the interest of the council, that we would then bring forward a revised enabling resolution after we've tested this a little bit and piloted. And then if it looks like, yes, in fact, we should go to a monthly schedule and we do need to add this scope more expressly to the Parks Commission, then we can do that with a future modification to the enabling resolution. And I have not consulted with my director, so I don't know. There may be additional thoughts about more of a gentle segue into this arena.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense, and we've kind of been trying to move that way over the last year, 15 months anyway. Like, for example, our December meeting is going to have a topic on the tree program, right? We'll talk about street trees and how we're managing that and kind of start delving into what that looks like. So, I mean, we're already moving that way. I think it becomes, it's a big topic when we start talking about, waste collection and recycling. Like, that's a whole different topic of sustainability. So, so happy to definitely start jumping in smaller doses. But if we want to go all in on sustainability, I think that's a really big topic.
Yeah, Vice Mayor.
So help me understand then, if we're kind of have a test pilot here with maybe including some green themes and making it evolve so we don't have to have extra meetings and have it kind of be a test pilot until next year, and maybe we'll have a revenue ballot measure that passes and we can provide these extra services. For now, would we need a revised enabling resolution, or we just kind of just do the meetings going forward, just kind of incorporating a theme at this point and make a decision possibly next year? Do we need to revise the enabling resolution right now?
It doesn't sound like it from the way we're talking, but I think we can still, there's a lot of work we can do with just looking at the general plan sustainability element and trying to pull some of the pieces out of there to see if we can work on that with the commission without revising the enabling legislation.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie and then Councilmember Moore.
So, question, this go slow approach still involves changing the name of the commission to Parks and Sustainability?
It can, if that's the will of the council, and I think changing the name would require bringing back the enabling resolution, which we can do for the next meeting.
In my opinion, if we don't change the name, we're not doing anything.
Point taken.
I agree. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree. I think we should change the name, and and maybe in middle of next year or so, you could, after you all have started to kind of talk to the Parks Commission about sustainability and all of that, you could come back to the council and say, hey, this is what's being received well, this is what's working, this, we need to go to the 2 months or every month or whatever. But I definitely agree that we need to, if we're going to do this, we should do it.
Right. I mean, I feel like we we are small, we can't do everything, but I attend talks put on by the Sunnyvale Sustainability Commission. You know, they have speakers coming in. Palo Alto does a whole bunch of sustainability things, Cupertino does, and I feel like we are overdue to get that and have it front and visible. I know that we have residents for whom this is a really high priority, and that could change the recruitment over time. It sounds like that may be too much to change the frequency of the meeting, but I think I do want to see the enabling resolution change the name of it and then get some feedback on how the meetings are going, what's going on, what issues the commission is taking on, and then see if that frequency at some point goes to monthly. I do have a question for staff. Is this our only, I know some of our commissions and boards only meet as needed, but in terms of a commission that meets on a regular basis, is this the only one that meets every other month?
Yes, some of the other ones only meet annually, like the Personnel Board. They have at least one meeting a year. And then Building Board of Appeals only meets if there's an appeal. And I haven't seen an appeal in the 9 years I've been here, so.
Right, so that they kind of meet when needed. The other commissions meet to forward priorities. So I think, you know, I would like to see this be a really front level issue, and you know, high visibility, lots of good work. I think we're overdue for a sustainability commission, but given that maybe we can just bridge it by combining it with the Parks Commission, Parks and Sustainability, and then hopefully eventually get to monthly meetings, but just sort of see where the appetite is that fits in with what they're doing, I think is kind of what I'm hearing. So, Councilmember Moore.
I have one comment on a different commission. I don't know if we want to make a motion and vote, or if we want to talk about that now.
Oh, good question. Do you think will it impact whether we move forward on this, or you?
Totally separate.
Well, should we make a motion on this and then talk about another commission? All right. I'm willing to make the motion to bring back the enabling resolution for the Parks Commission to change the name to Parks and Sustainability. And for now, that'll be the only change. And then I know this won't make it in time for recruitment, so our existing Parks Commissioners or anybody coming on will be taking that on. And then maybe to get an update later next year from the Parks and Sustainability Commission to hear what their work plan is and see how that's working out. Councilmember Rennie.
So I got to ask staff, does that make any sense that we change the name, but we can't, I mean, it's not in front of me, so I don't know what the enabling resolution says. It probably says things like you review parks master plans and you review these things, but you change the name, but if you don't allow any sustainability, that seems like it doesn't work to me.
What we can do is bring back the enabling resolution with some language to acknowledge what we mean by sustainability for this initial phase. So it would be more around, the greening of our parks, you know, the looking at the tree resources. It'd be more of a natural resource focus as opposed to, you know, energy conservation or things that are really new topics for our commission. So we can add that definition when we bring back the enabling resolution, and then council can decide whether or not we've accurately captured the spirit of this conversation.
So does that require a change in the motion?
Yeah, actually, I'm wondering then maybe the motion is to bring back the enabling resolution redlined with the name change and then with additional information around what you've heard discussed about where it makes sense to add certain levels of sustainability, and then the council will review it at that point. So I guess the motion is to have staff put some eyes on there, look at what's reflected, and bring back the enabling resolution.
Right. So in other words, direct staff to return with the enabling resolution for the Parks Commission to change the name to Parks and Sustainability Commission and modify the scope to address sustainability issues. And we'll add some definitions around what that all means.
Exactly. And then we'll see it then and be able to review it. Okay, that is my motion now. Councilmember Rennie?
I'll say.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other comments? I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
No one opposed. Motion passes 5-0. I'll now turn to Councilmember Moore for discussion of another commission.
Thank you, Mayor. So while we're on this topic, I had one of our 2 Building Board of Appeals commissioners or board members approach me and say, "Hey, I love being on the Building Board of Appeals. I know a lot about this topic. I look forward to, if we ever see something, lending my expertise, but I really want to get more involved in the community and maybe serve on another commission. And as it stands now, that person can't do that." And so they're considering or planning on leaving the Building Board of Appeals to sit on another commission to be more involved. So my question to staff is, for this particular commission, because it hasn't met, perhaps in a decade, if we could make it so commissioners that serve on this particular board would be able to serve on another body.
What comes to mind for me is they definitely it wouldn't be appropriate for them to serve on Planning Commission because there's overlap. I'd have to give some thought to service on the other commissions because the only other potential overlap I see is historic preservation. But I could give some thought to that question.
Yeah, I mean, if there's interest from the council, I think, because I think, generally, I feel like someone that wants to serve on a commission wants to get more involved in the town. And so if they don't feel like they're getting that out of this body, we might have a hard time continuing to staff this body without allowing some flexibility there. It doesn't seem like it's a huge deal because the board never meets, but I think if it did meet, we would want a quorum possible, right? And so, and we have someone who has said that this is what they'll do. So, I think some additional thought and on that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, you make a good point. I think we typically have vacancies on the Building Board of Appeals. So in my mind, part of the reason to not allow people to serve on more than one commission, committee, or board is to expand the opportunities for our community to participate. But given the very special nature of the Building Board of Appeals, where you're waiting for an appeal, and I don't think ever fill that commission, that board, and given we may lose somebody because they're interested in something else, it would be interesting. There might actually be people who sit on other commissions, committees, and boards that would not have a conflict that would also serve on there. But if they thought that's their one shot, they won't do it. So I would be interested in having the town attorney look at all of our committees, commissions, and boards, see where there might be any potential conflict, and see if there would be a way that we can change that board to allow someone to sit on there and a subset of our other boards where certainly anything that might come to Building Board of Appeals would be excluded. I think that's a great idea. Do we need a motion for that or just direction?
A motion would be helpful to know that there's a majority of the council interested in that.
Councilmember Moore, would you like to turn this into a motion?
Sure, thank you. So I'll move to direct staff to research ways for board members on the Building Board of Appeals to serve on other commissions, other town commissions, as appropriate and where an overlap or conflict does not exist.
Okay. I'll second that. I think that's also going to require then some overarching language where we have language about all our committees, boards, and commissions that state that you can only serve on one. But I think coming back with that information is great. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Would you like to expand?
It's an interesting idea, but I don't think that spending staff time researching that would yield the benefit that might come out on the other end.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Vice Mayor?
I'm also a no, and I'm concerned about making special exceptions that kind of sets precedent for other commission and committee members wanting to serve on another commission or committee. I just feel that I'm not prepared to do that.
Okay. Do we know how many people are on that? I mean, I've never seen that board filled.
2.
Okay. All right. Well, we've called the question, and so it passes 3-2 with Vice Mayor and Councilmember Hudes declining. And that isn't saying that we're going to pass it. We're just getting the information about it. Okay. So is there any other comments about our commissions, committees, boards? Anything else people want to bring up? Okay, with that, I will close item 16, and we will move to item 17. Hold on. All right, and I will turn to our town analyst for our
Thank you.
report.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Holly Young, the analyst in the town manager's office, and the item before you is the proposed Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, or DEI plan. To briefly recap the history, diversity, equity, and inclusion has been a council strategic priority since 2021, and the adopted 2040 general plan contains a new racial, social, and environmental justice element. In August 2021, the council asked staff to work with DEI consultant American Leadership Forum Insights, or ALFI, on a discovery report to assess the community's understanding of the town's DEI work and develop a set of recommendations. The discovery report was presented to council in September 2022. At that time, the council directed staff to continue work with ALFI on a set of implementation actions building on the discovery report recommendations with clear goals and action items. To accomplish that work, ALFI met with a community advisory group on a monthly basis from February through September 2023. Along with the set of implementation actions, the main recommendation to come out of the community advisory group was to establish a DEI commission, and that was approved by council last month. In order to put together the proposed DEI plan in Attachment 1, town staff conducted broader community engagement in addition to the work of the community advisory group with ALFI. Staff met with and solicited written feedback from the town's boards, commissions, and committees to obtain input on the draft DEI plan and the potential action items. Staff also held a community workshop with breakout discussion groups to allow the broader Los Gatos community an opportunity to weigh in. Internal town staff were also engaged in the process through an anonymous survey and discussions at the town's staff equity team monthly meetings. Staff synthesized all of the information obtained from the ALFI implementation actions, general plan racial, social, and environmental justice implementation measures, ongoing town efforts, the community workshop, town staff, and town boards, commissions, and committees into the proposed plan in Attachment 1. In the plan, each overarching goal of oversight, safety, collaboration, communication, housing, and equity in internal town operations is broken down into specific action items that are either short-term, medium-term, long-term, or ongoing. So tonight, town staff, in addition to discussing the plan, are asking council to accept the proposed plan and also to identify a few of the first-year priorities for staff and the newly established DEI Commission to focus efforts on first. And that concludes the report, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you, and for all of the work that's gone into this over a long period of time. I noticed in one of the early reports a footnote to a resource which is called Racial Equity Action Plans, a how-to manual that's published by Local and Regional Government Alliance on Race and Equity. And I read the report and I seized on one aspect of it, which was the actions and the plan itself. And they asked 5 questions, and I want to understand whether we've applied this lens to the plan that's in front of us now. The question 1 was, what is your timeline? Number 2, how will you evaluate and report progress over time? Number 3, how will you know the action is complete? Number 4, can you retain stakeholder participation? And number 5, does it ensure internal, meaning government, and public accountability? And this isn't coming from, some crazy group. This is coming from a group that is providing a toolkit for the development of these kinds of plans. So I wanted to come back and say, have we applied that lens to the work plan that's in front of us now?
So we've, Holly specifically has been investing quite a bit of her time going to government conferences regarding equity planning, and is on a working group with regional leaders in government, also working in the equity area. And so while we have not, we're prepared to discuss these 5 questions, we did not write the plan to answer every single question. And what we've learned through education, because this is definitely an ongoing education process for all of us, is that some things don't really lend themselves to timelines. Some things are nice and neat, and once they're done, they're done. But when we're in the realm of equity, diversity, and inclusion, it's really a process. And it's about how do we start efforts to really build a more welcoming community here in Los Gatos. And there are specific action items even in the general plan element that have been woven into here. But once we establish those programs, then there's ongoing work that's associated with them. So for example, developing a capital budget with an equity lens. That was something our policy committee expressed interest in. It's something that we've gently started to do in an informal sense. But once we've really figured out what that methodology is going to be, that's going to become part of our institution. So it's not something that we're done with. It's really how have we taken that equity lens and incorporated it into our work, and that way it is an ongoing process. So this is different than some other types of work plans that you've probably seen for other things. Capital improvement program, it's very tangible. Add a park bench, build a road, build a bridge. It's done, and then it's a maintenance issue. But this is different kind of work.
Thank you. Councilmember Hughes.
Yeah, thank you. And as a follow-up, so what's in front of us now is something that's called a work plan, I think. And so the question is it a commission work plan, or is it a town-wide DEI work plan?
Thank you for the question. So this is a town DEI work plan, and you'll see each of the action items, just to start with, is assigned to staff, DEI commission, some other commissions here. And that's just to provide some initial accountability. And then as we explore each of those action items, if it makes sense to bring in additional community partners or other commissions, that's definitely something that would be looked at that time.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I had sort of a follow along, but first I'll just say I have been excited about this plan and this process for as long as I've been aware of it. So thank you all very, very much for doing the hard work to put this together. And I think it's absolutely excellent. I think this is really exciting. To me, it's really even just the way some of the things are phrased and the language in there. It's so clear that this has been a community process and that so many people in this town who have been involved in this work have their fingers in this. And I think that's exactly the right way to do that. I think it's super, super exciting. So thank you. So sort of a similar question. So I understand this is kind of an overarching work plan, and then we're identifying some of the kind of top priorities for us as individuals and as council members. And then, so my question was, is the DEI Commission still going to have a role in shaping its own, annual work plan once the commission is seated? Yeah.
So what we're hoping for this evening is to get, 3 to or so, ideally 3 to 5 ideas from the town council about what are really the ideas that excite you the most. And they could be the short-term items, could be some of the ongoing ones that you would want the commission to tackle first. I think this particular commission is probably going to need time to form and to really have the opportunity to create a community forum for conversation around these issues. And we'll have work items and tasks associated with whatever priorities the council provides. But I think we also want to leave space for them to really be the public forum that really, to this point, it hasn't really existed for this. And obviously, it's going to be a Brown Act commission, so we have to make sure everything is done according to the open meeting laws. But we don't want to hamstring them too much. But we also want to make sure they're focused, because my experience with commissions, especially new ones, is when you show them a work plan, they're going to want to do everything, and it's just not viable. So having some initial priorities from the council to get them launched is going to be super, super important.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. That's very helpful, and I appreciate all of that. Yeah. What you hit on all of the points in my head. I think that some initial direction will be important, but I think I don't want to, if I had to take one of my goals and let it be a goal that the body itself selects, I think that's something I would want to do, because I think that it's going to be really important for the commission to look at this and say, okay, I hear that, X, Y, and Z are really, really important from the council. I don't think they got it. This one thing that all of us think are really important, let's make sure we get that too. Because I think that, this being a new commission that I can already feel the energy around, I know they're going to have things that they're super excited about, and I want to make sure we empower them while also putting good guardrails around that. Yes, please.
And I'll just add that one of the long-term action items under the oversight goal is for the DEI Commission to recommend additional action items to the council to make visible the equity issues that matter to the larger community. And one of the ways to do that is to use those DEI Commission meetings to obtain community feedback.
I appreciate that. Perhaps unsurprisingly, that is one of my 3.
All right, Councilmember Rennie.
So one of the first things that struck me when I read through this, and I realized, as you said, this is the town work plan versus the commission work plan. We just finished a conversation on where we couldn't barely do any more work on sustainability because our staffing is tight. And I read through here, I see town staff to do, town staff to do, town staff to do, 7 pages of town staff to do. I think there was 3 of them that just said commission. So the first thing that hits me is this is a lot of town staff work. So that you could put 5 people on it and get it done fast, or you could put a half a person on it and take a long time to do it. First part of the question is, what's your expectation on how much of an FTE works on this?
Just a portion of an FTE. We're not asking for additional budget. We're not asking for additional resources for this commission. I expect at some point the commission itself will want dollars to do something, but we're not asking for that tonight. This is a long-term plan. So there are a lot of ideas here. Some of them came from the general plan update. This is going to take us a long time. So that, again, that's why we really need the direction from council. What are the top 3 to 5 ideas that rise to the occasion? And then that would be where the staff and the commission would work first. Some of the ideas around equity and budgeting, as I mentioned before, some of those are becoming best practices in municipal financial management. So to the extent there's an intersection with the disciplines that are already here, there's a lot of work in the human resources arena, for example, around job descriptions and job announcements and how to improve getting a more diverse pool of candidates and how we do outreach. And again, that's kind of a best practice. We've added those things into the work plan, even though those are things we're already doing, because in the disciplines that we're engaged with, DEI is making inroads, and so we'll be continuing to do that. But this is very much a long-term plan. It's not going to be. We're going to have to slot it in with everything else that we're doing. But to the extent we can take credit for work we're already doing, we also want to acknowledge we are making some progress in this area. For example, twice a year we bring our police chief gives a full report about, where are we with our metrics and what about police stops. All of that came out of the initial work around police reforms, and that's now part of our institutional approach to our annual work plan with the council. So some of the annual work is already starting to become established for our community and for the town.
So the second part of the question, so we have a big work plan that could take a long time to get done because we have limited resources we're putting on it. But now we've got a commission with 11 members that staff also has to support, which could add many things to the list that staff has to do. Is there some way to get the commission to do some of the lifting so staff does less of what, staff going to make a communication plan? Well, maybe the commission could do that so that there's less staff work done there. So is there any way to instead of the commission making it even longer to get this done, maybe actually get it done faster?
Absolutely. I think we would want to leverage the work of the commissioners and the skills that they would bring. We don't know yet who will apply or who council will ultimately appoint. But yes, that is the idea. And that's the reason for asking all of you for some priority ideas so we can keep them focused. And we will do our best, as we do with all of our commissions, to remind them that we really can't be expanding beyond, what's already given to us. So we might be able to see if there's a way, it's going to be a little bit of a delicate dance. How do they choose items that are of interest to them while at the same time we're limited. We're only going to meet once a month for a couple of hours. There's only so much you can do, once a month for a couple of hours. They may choose to do ad hocs like our youth commission demonstrated this evening. So there may be other ways. And I know our community health and senior services is taking that route as well in order to accomplish some other things. But yeah, the idea, and I think in the work plan, you'll see that some of these things have been identified as potential commission work items.
Okay, thank you. When I went through, I did mark some ideas I liked and some I questioned, but I'll wait till after public comment before going into those.
Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thanks. And, I supported the creation of the commission with the hope that it would be focused on tangible items. This is too important for us to have lip service. And so I think my focus tonight will be on understanding a few of the items that are not quite clear to me, and then providing some feedback on items like the community garden that really hits all of the elements of diversity, equity, and inclusion. But to talk about 4 or 5 others like that, some are in the plan, some are not, but I would really like to have the opportunity to focus on those. But I did have some questions on some of the text and some of the things that's in here. Is it appropriate to do that now, or do you want to wait till after public comment?
I guess that's up to you. I think we do want to get to public comment, and then we'll be having extensive discussion. So maybe we can hold off, if that's okay.
Sure.
And I just, as I'm looking at this, first of all, I just want to thank the staff, but also so many community members and the members of all of our other commissions, committees, and boards that gave input to this process. And it is really big. And I'm looking at this, if I'm going to compare and contrast this to another big plan like the senior services is very specific outcome related. And this looks to me as more of a process. And I think, one of the community meetings that I attended sort of talked about this work as a spiral. Like you don't get to the end, you just keep going. And so I think this is an ongoing commission that this plan is so big that if we don't give just a couple of items for them to start in on, either nothing will get done or things will go backward. And before we get to public comment, I do have one question, and that is, in terms of how much time staff will be putting into this, if you can compare how much time staff has put into all of the public outreach and the monthly meetings and the work to get to this plan, do you think the ongoing work from staff will be more, less, or the same? And I realize that depends on how many items are put forward, but
yeah, the work associated with putting together this plan, there were periods where it was very, very intense for both Holly and I, because we were going to every single board and commission meeting here at the town. We were organizing a community workshop. We held the community workshop. Holly did all of the write-ups for all of those outreach meetings. So that work was very, very intense, and it was probably I think at that particular time it was like a 20-hour a week effort for both of us, just during that particular time. And then, we participated in the community advisory group meetings, which were a couple of hours every month. So that took time. We meet with our staff equity team once a month. That's about 45 minutes a month. So, it adds up. So I'd say it's going to be at least that same amount of effort going forward. It's going to be a few days, every month. And then packets, putting together, like what we were saying earlier, doing the agenda, doing the minutes, writing any staff reports, pulling together any research, all of that takes time, and packets are typically, 3 or 4 hours a week just to put it together. And then we need the clerk's office to help us with posting and the town attorney to help us with any legal review. So it's definitely a team effort. So it's gonna have some impact, but I think this work is really important to Los Gatos, and it cuts across, basically every single town department. So not all of it is going to rest with the town manager's office. We'll be in charge of the commission, but as you saw, there are ideas for our library programming. There are ideas for how we do other town services. There's ideas for our police department. Our youth commission had a lot of ideas. And so I imagine, they will probably want to embrace perhaps some of these recommendations, which would be awesome for other commissions to also engage. But it's going to take time before it really kind of distributes into the organization.
Thank you. Well, council sets a priority, and it has moved forward. I think with that, we'll move to public comment. I've got a couple of cards, and I will go to Susan Burnett.
My name's Susan Burnett. First of all, I want to thank the comments that already have been made on item number 17, and thank you, Councilman Rennie, for your comments as well. First of all, our town manager just spoke about our fiscal challenges, and yet the word staff was mentioned more than 64 times in this DEI plan that's been submitted to the town council tonight for a vote. And after reading the 11 pages of the plan, it seems very far-reaching and ambitious. No impact was mentioned in the staff report, and I agree, the acceptance of the plan and identifying first-year priorities has no fiscal impact. That's not where the impact is. The impact is cost in carrying out the plan. So my suggestion would be, can we look at achieving a lot of these goals in a less ambitious and far-reaching document that doesn't involve so much of our staff time, which it will, and of town, if you read the 11 pages, I mean, it's pretty encompassing. It's sort of startling, actually. And I'm wondering, do other cities, are they accomplishing the same needs that need to be accomplished, but in not such a huge way? I mean, I'm just wondering if we could just do it where it's not so much staff and cost. It looks like it's going to be very costly. So those would be my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Swenberg.
Okay. I know that you've already decided to put this commission in place. I do have some comments about the plan itself. I think that it's starting from the premise that we have a problem, and I would like you to do whatever you can in order to not frame this as a problem of oppressors and victims. That we can move past that and talk about what successes we've had so far. And I want to talk a little bit more about that. There is excellence in this community, okay? But this strategy of painting the town, all of the town, as privileged is hurting people today. It really is. Why are we leaning into this? I work with teens a lot as an adult board member on a local teen group, and I also work with teens professionally. And I've heard from them, from the teens, when they go volunteer outside of our community or go to college and they interact with others, and then people hear that they've come from Los Gatos, they are instantly stigmatized the moment they state that they're from here. They're told everyone knows these kids are privileged, right? That's kind of like how they're defined, just because they come from Los Gatos. That's inaccurate, all right? And it's hurtful. My own daughter told me that tonight. She said it's bigoted. It doesn't recognize that there are people in our town who are really struggling. Why would we lean into that perception? Okay? So, can we celebrate our successes? Can we be welcoming to new families and to established and new businesses? There's one thing in particular that I really object to in the plan, and that's the thing for businesses where we're going to try to develop a business pledge that they can sign on to. To me, this sounds like a loyalty oath, and it reminds me of the McCarthy era, and even times before that in the 30s. Why would this be welcomed in our community? I really think that we want to make sure that we're welcoming new businesses and that we're not putting up any roadblocks in their way. We want to make sure that we're not making it harder to be in Los Gatos. And the same goes for new families here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, my last card for the room is Johannes Swenberg.
Good evening. My name is Johannes. I'm not going to be as eloquent as my wife. I want to thank all of you, first of all. Thank you for your comments, Rob, earlier about the situation in the Middle East. And Madam Mayor, thank you very much for your speech on 9/11. That was very touching for me, and I'm really grateful that we're being reminded of superlative things in this town, and I think it should be extended to remind people of our past and our present. On the topic in question, I was introduced to this sort of late in the game, so just take this as feedback. I read through documents, and quite honestly, it reads like a word salad, or maybe more of a smorgasbord buffet. It's a bit of everything to all, a little bit of here and there for anything, and it's just not clear exactly what problem are you solving. Are you claiming there's a problem? It would be much clearer as an engineer thinking, tell me the problem, because a problem well defined is a problem half solved. I'm not comfortable with processes. It feels good, but what's the deliverable? At the end of the day, what are people going to show as an outcome of their activities? I may get the wrong terminology. In your JEDI, page 4, there's a commitment of resources, but on your October 11th notes, page 3, it says there's no fiscal impact. So I feel like there's a bit of a bait and switch here. Are you going to spend money or not spend money? It's wonderful that the town staff volunteers their time. I hope they're volunteering, because if they're doing this and not something else, then you actually are paying for it indirectly. So I think you should ask yourself, what are the resources and monies being spent, if not today, but also in the future? Because really it takes not only transparency that I heard earlier, accountability, but leadership in making these decisions. So I would focus on deliverables. I think there's a long list, and it says in the report, we need to do something, there's a statement that the long-term priorities and progress can't be measured in terms of years. So this just seems like an ongoing process rather than something that's going to have a tangible result that you can point to and say, we did this. I think that's really important as leaders of this community to demand deliverables. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's the last card I have in the room, so I will turn to Zoom, and I'll just go down the line. Ron Meyer.
The previous speaker voices a lot of the same things I have been asking all along with respect to this DEI initiative. What is the problem? What are the resources? What are the costs? What are the KPIs and metrics and critical success factors? This plan, as I read it, has none of those. Consequently, again, this is both what I hear town council members and town staff talking out of both sides of their mouth. They're not only disingenuous, but they're dishonest to the people of Los Gatos in articulating what is involved in this DEI plan, because there is nothing in here of any consequence, and they're assuming that we have a problem. But the problem's not stated articulately and clearly relative to the plan of attack, and then what's going to be done. And then what are the KPIs and metrics for success? What are the budgets that are going to be involved? What are going to be the total cost to the taxpayer, both direct and indirect resources, including town staff time and efforts, and potentially projects that they dream up that are going to cost taxpayer money? I don't see any of that in this plan. I think the town council and the town staff are being dishonest and disingenuous to the citizens of Los Gatos. And it's pretty evident to me, because there is nothing in this plan of substance that would warrant any plan to begin with. The previous speaker articulated a lot of my same concerns. I've actually had conversations with other members, citizens of the town, around their knowledge of this DEI initiative, and they express a lot of the same concerns I have. I think this is a utopian agenda that has been dreamt up by past town mayor and town councils and extended into this town council and town mayor and town staff. This is not in the best interests of the citizens of Los Gatos. And believe me, once this gets out there and gets circulated and known to the full 31,000 citizens of Los Gatos, you're poking the bear. And when you wake up the bear, stuff's gonna happen. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions for the speaker. Our next speaker is Ellie Miano.
Hi there. Thank you for taking my comment, and thank you for supporting this commission. I wasn't able to prepare comments tonight, but I would like to say that from what I've heard, some folks are focusing on deliverables. They're worried about costs. They express concern over staff time. But this work is really important. If they want deliverables, you read the plan. It talks about working with, for instance, the town theater, the Arts Commission, having art that represents a diversity of people, having a film festival that represents a diversity of people. I know I attended an event in Los Gatos not too long ago, put on by Folake. I'm forgetting Folake's last name, but I'm sure you all know. She runs AWO, and it was a drum festival in the town plaza. And there were people there of all races, all playing different kinds of drums together. And I've lived in Los Gatos since I was 5 years old. That's a long time, several decades. And I have never been in the plaza with so many diverse people all having a wonderful time together and making music. And I think that's the kind of thing we need more of. And it wouldn't just be events, of course, right? It's that spiral that many of you talked about. But having those kinds of events helps bring about community. And I think we all agree, one of the previous speakers mentioned Israel, Gaza, Ukraine. There's division all over this world. There's division on our college campuses. And we've certainly seen divisions in our own community. I think you can hear those being expressed tonight. So if we can have a commission that works on unity and bringing folks from all walks of life together and seeking fairness for folks of all walks of life, that's worth it. So yeah, there may be some hidden costs. And yeah, sometimes, well, you just get what you pay for. So whether it's hidden costs or whether, I'm sorry, staffers working extra time, thank you. This plan is worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I have no more hands on Zoom, so I'm going to close the public comment and move to council members. Councilmember Moore, then Rennie, then Hudays.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have thoughts on the plan and all that. We'll get into that. I'll wait for a second round of comments. But I do, I hear from our community every time we talk about this that they want clear demonstration of the problem. And so while it's hard to talk about, I will try to articulate that very briefly and give some tangibles. This was in a presentation recently that I was shared, that a community member shared with me recently. There's just some headlines of some of the hate incidents that have happened in Los Gatos. Silicon Valley JCC in Los Gatos evacuated after bomb threat. Swastika found in several locations in Los Gatos. Los Gatos man charged with hate crime assault. Racist, homophobic graffiti, part of a string of Halloween vandalism at Los Gatos High. Los Gatos police investigate hate crime against Filipino woman. And there's lots. But dark complexion dolls found hanging at Saratoga, Los Gatos high schools prompt hate crime investigation. So there are ongoing incidents that happen in our community that make people feel unsafe and that are racist and bigoted, and I think we have an obligation to deal with those. This plan, I think, does much more than that, but I think that's a very tangible and easy to see issue that continues to plague our community.
Thank you. Then Rennie and then Hudays. Okay. Are you switching or?
So staff was asking which, well, first of all, I kind of laughed at the word salad description of this because we did get an earlier plan that felt was more word salad, and we asked for more tangibles, more deliverables, and I think this is a much better one than we had. I don't remember how long ago that was, a couple months ago. So it is a much better plan than what we had. I understand the word salad concern to it, though, but I do think it is better than what we had before. Staff is looking for where do we start, creating a plan out of this kind of potentially monster work plan. And so I was going to go through. I have some that I think I have question marks in. I think maybe we should put way down at the end of the list and maybe forget about, and others that intrigued me, and then the ones in between I didn't make any marks. So what I thought I would do was go through what I marked here. I don't have it tied in a nice conclusionary bow. Maybe after I share my thoughts with others, something will occur. Let me start with the question marks that I had. So in Goal C, under medium-term actions, it talks about working with the school districts. My concern is the school districts have been a pretty strong silo that are difficult to work with. Again, if we're looking for use of limited staff resources, I would, the things on here, we're helping the schools find grants, and I mean, they typically work on their own, and I feel like we're going to be trying to force things into the schools that they don't normally work with us, so I worry about wasted effort there. I realize if it's really important to the youth commissioners and they want to work on it, that we can provide some support to it. But that's an area that I questioned whether we want to put too much effort. I question the whole Goal E on educating the community about affordable housing. I understand the thought that a lot of people are afraid of affordable housing, and if we educate them, they won't be so against affordable housing. But the truth is the state has made so many rules that are going to force affordable housing down our throat that, again, think it's kind of wasted staff effort to do that because we're going to get affordable housing whether we like it or not. So I understood the reason it's there, but I just don't think it's a best place to put staff effort for that reason. Also in that one you had it's 1C, you talk about creating a program to ensure that rental multifamily housing is inspected on a 3 to 5 year cycle. I worry about where we would ever get the resources to do that. I see how it's a nice idea, but again, that doesn't seem very realistic to me. That's something we'd be able to sustain. Oops, uh-oh. Hold on. I pushed the button and I went somewhere else. All right. Where else was I? I think that was the ones that I was most concerned about. The speaker did say something about a business pledge. I know sometimes we give businesses awards for being a green business or something like that, and that maybe that's the type of thing you'd want to do. But the idea of forcing a pledge on businesses might not work so well. So it depends on. I couldn't find where that was in here again, so I can't read the writing, but that does sound like something to worry about. So let me go to some of the areas that interested me. In Goal A, under short-term actions, in partnership with the other commissions, review community grants rubric for community grant distribution process through an equity lens. That certainly makes a lot of sense to me. And then, of course, this DEI commission to create a review process to evaluate their work plan and their action items, and people talk about, let's celebrate successes. I think that's a good time to be talking about what are the successes that we've been having in town, so people feel, that we're making some good progress and feel good about the efforts. In Goal B, 2D, I like the idea of film festival events at the theater. I think that's a good way to educate people. I also, under the long-term actions of that same Goal B, this idea of create a learning opportunity about historical inequities and history of Los Gatos. You get a lot of maybe anecdotal stories that you don't know how correct they are. So something that was more historically factual could be interesting, at least to me anyway. So that's why that one stood out. And then on number 4, under ongoing action items, I really like the idea of town staff and the police department to continue to offer a community police academy and similar programs to educate community members on law enforcement policies, practices, and problem solving. It's been a year or more, but I know we had people speaking to us that they were afraid of our police because of bad apples in other towns and so forth. So I think this is an important one to continue to do, so people understand our police force and that we have a caretaker police force. Working with the other commissions, I noted the arts and culture one and increasing technology, but all of those are probably good ideas. On Goal C, under short terms, I like this focus collaborative projects that promote healing, because I think that's really a lot about what prevention is good, but I think healing is also important to what we need. So that one stuck out with me. I did mention, under C, number 3, ongoing actions, continue to work with other municipalities to collaborate on DEI work and ideas makes a lot of sense to me to see, what are the good ideas that are going on other places to try to make our plans better. And then I'm going to skip that one. Under goal F, under short-term, town staff to create a defined set of criteria that measures and prioritizes equitable distribution of capital improvements town-wide. I know the last time we talked about the capital project, several of us said, well, we need to make sure we remember the east end of town, remember the community garden we're trying to get done, the path along Lynn, and so forth. So if I'm not here anymore, might have a nice process that, again, we try to think, because often what happens is the people in the middle of the town tend to be a little more engaged, a little more loud, and they get all the resources, and we need to think more broadly across the town. In F on number 4, ongoing items, I marked continue to evaluate the annual proposed capital improvement budget. That's kind of what we just said. And service expansion, contraction, the operating budgets to ensure that all neighborhoods are treated equitably. That's sort of the same thing. Also, H, town staff to continue to provide biannual reports to review progress at town council meetings on police reforms, including independent investigations, mental health, homeless support, traffic stop data, options for non-emergency calls. That sounds like good idea. Town staff to continue to strengthen the police department relationship with community behavioral health and crisis response team. Sounds good. Town staff to work towards the police chief's goal for our department personnel to exceed the minimum number of hours of training to de-escalate crisis intervention. Sounds like things we want to continue doing. And K, town staff to continuously review and update town policies and procedures to ensure that it's employing the best practices for hiring, training, eliminating bias, and ensuring the public's safety. So those were the ones that that jumped out at me, that I didn't come from any particular, that came from all over the place, so I don't know how to tie it up into a nice bow.
I think after we make our comments, then we'll probably each get to pick like one top item or something and see where that falls. We may end up with 3, we may end up with 5, but this is for the first year. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I'm going to start with 6 or so that I don't really understand. And if I don't get a clear answer, then they're probably not going to be of interest to me. The first question was under Goal B, number 1B. It talks about town staff commission to evaluate heritage holiday celebrations and recognitions in the holiday and recognition work plan. Maybe I missed it, but what is the holiday and recognition work plan?
Thank you for the question. The Holiday and Recognition Work Plan was approved by Council in, I believe, February of this year, and it involves celebrations at the library, library displays, social media posts, that sort of thing, and there is a number of holidays that were identified.
So now I remember it, and I don't think it needs to stand out in this plan, because at the end I'm going to offer 5 really tangible ideas that have perked up through the discussion. The next one, which I really didn't understand, which is under medium actions, let's see, under Goal B, and that's 2B, town staff / DEI commission / community partners to work with other boards, commissions, and committees to ensure, to curate safe and engaging learning, dialogue, and advocacy spaces for all community members. So I really I'm having a hard time understanding it. Are we talking about physical spaces?
It's both physical and beyond. So and this is a recommendation that came out of the very first. Actually, this came out of the American Leadership Forum work with the Community Advisory Group. And its genesis was actually in its earlier discovery report of 2022. Our community, we have some community members who are very concerned about having literally a safe place to have these kinds of conversations where they won't be ridiculed, where people can express their differences of opinions without threat of intimidation or other activities. So there have been other instances where people have not felt safe. And so again, by creating the commission, now we've said, okay, this is the time and place for this conversation. And I think the town has taken steps to ensure safety through our civility code and other demonstrations that we value everyone's viewpoint. So it's just really kind of a reminder that this is something that we have community members expressing concern about.
That, to me, falls more into the category of a goal than a work plan action. So I don't understand the word curate. I don't understand the physical spaces. I don't understand how we would measure whether we've achieved that. And so that one concerns me as it's written. The next one that I have a concern about is the park stewardship program. I think I understand what those are. I've seen them in the national parks and in very large parks in Miami and Detroit. I'm not sure how to scale a park stewardship program to the parks that we have in Los Gatos, and why wouldn't this be something from the Parks Commission or the Community Garden Group?
Thanks for the question. So that suggestion did come from our Parks Commission. So while we haven't explored it fully, it was something that they had heard about in other communities and they were interested in exploring further.
Okay, again, it's an interesting idea, but to make it tangible, I think we'd have to scale it to our parks and our Parks Commission and what things would be in a stewardship program. The next two, one of them was touched on, and that had to do with some of the diversity sensitivity and awareness training courses and curriculum for residents. And I'm going to get to a final comment on this, but this is number 3 under goal B. And the question is, would staff develop this training? And would participation be voluntary and compulsory for employees and for residents?
So this item came from our adopted general plan, and I don't think staff would be the ones. It's written as if staff were to develop it, but I think in reality we would use the expertise of people who do this type of work. I don't think it would be, I mean, for staff, we did do a mandatory DEI training last year, and then we did a voluntary one for our boards and commissions earlier this year, which we're grateful that the council participated in that. Again, this came out of our general plan effort. So I think we would explore the various ideas that are presented in this action item. We would continue to do the types of training and make offerings available as they present themselves. So again, what we tried to do was bring in the new racial, social, and environmental justice of the general plan and all of those implementation items into this. So that way we had a single DEI plan instead of saying, oh yeah, here's the DEI plan from 2023. And by the way, go look at the 2040 plan. So I think there's a way of doing this so that it's, again, we're leveraging resources and materials that might be coming from other entities and other, there's a whole group of governmental folks that are looking at these areas.
Okay, and then finally, I have one more in this category, and that is regarding this business pledge. I think it was raised already. Is that voluntary or compulsory?
So this is an idea, and it's, at this point, it has no, there's no elements requiring it or making it. I think the idea is that if there is a pledge, that then, businesses who embrace it would probably want to promote that they believe in this pledge. And if businesses choose not to, then that's their choice. And so, but again, this was an idea that came out of our community process.
Okay, fine. And finally, I have a group of items that I'm excited about that I think could meet that answer those questions that I started earlier. And so one of them, which I would propose to be this year number one, is to realize the community garden and create garden and food-based programs and identify additional sites for community gardens based on what we learn. And that would really address diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then some other ideas, and again, I was listening very carefully to Ms. Swenberg and also to Ms. Miano about what kinds of things are tangible. So some things I would be excited about is a cultural or ethnic film festival at the Los Gatos Theater. Another one is cultural food festivals, cooking demos, dancing, and street fairs. Perhaps our Hispanic, Italian, Chinese, Vietnamese, Indian residents where we have minority populations that could participate in those activities, I think would, in a positive way, demonstrate to our community. Another one is language and music classes, promoting and possibly subsidizing adult school multicultural offerings like languages. Another one is organizing community cultural participation in local schools, and I know that there's some challenges, and I think maybe as it's worded to have them go after grants is probably not the right way, but I think there is a way to have our community participate in local schools and to measure that level of participation. And then finally, I would add aggressively pursuing funding opportunities for actual affordable housing construction rather than luxury development projects that yield only 13 to 15% affordable units at best, while disrupting the fabric of the community. If we really put ourselves in the position of aggressively going after regional, state funding in this area, that could make a real tangible dent. So I don't think, I think on those, after the community garden, I would say, let's get a start on those, but I don't think we would accomplish very much this year. And the framework that we used in the Senior Services Roadmap was a 1-3-10 framework to say it's maybe a long-term goal. What are we going to do on that this year, 3 years, and 10 years? And the final thing I wanted to just comment on is that I think the plan is very important, but the town is a community. It's not an institution. So institutional measures for shaping DEI behavior, they work well in an organization that has goals, work products, and can have mandatory participation. In a townwide DEI plan, there should be less emphasis on the intangibles like sensitivity, awareness raising, and exploring shameful practices of the past. Those might be useful in an institution or organization that needs to transform itself, but in a community, it comes off as imposing ideas on the community in which individuals are entitled to their individual ideas. And I think those won't be well received, and we should emphasize the positive benefits of DEI through tangible programs and make absolutely sure that what comes in the final work plan meets those 5 guidelines from GARE. And let's do number 1 this year, and let's get started on the other 5 that I mentioned.
Councilmember Rennie and then Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, I'll just be short. Just some reaction. Some of the last words Councilmember Huda said makes a lot of sense. Let's focus on positive things that help educate people on diversity and so forth. And then just to make it a little more complicated, I talked about getting rid of all of Goal E, and Councilmember Huda's actually highlighted part of E, which I had actually marked as keeping and decided not to mention it, but you had town staff to investigate ways to attract affordable housing developers to Los Gatos. I've always thought that's a good idea. The big hurdle is they usually got to start with free land, and I don't know where that's going to come from, but I am supportive of the idea. Not sure if we can get there or not.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, that was one of my, so I'll provide a few reactions and then provide my a couple of comments. I think Goal E is very, very important, especially B on that, which is investigate ways to attract affordable housing developers to Los Gatos. I think that's super, super important, and I think we actually can do that. I talk with affordable housing developers a lot. There are people who are absolutely interested in developing affordable housing in Los Gatos. We just have to work with them. And a big part of that is this council committing to finding land, town-owned land to make that happen. We have town-owned land to make that happen. So I think that's absolutely doable. A few ones that I want to react to that I think are important. One thing with the school districts, I totally hear what Councilmember Rennie was saying about school districts being resistant. I think largely in the past we've worked with Fisher and Los Gatos High School. I have talked with a lot of folks at Lee and Westmont and Union who are I think kind of in a more similar place in this work that we are, and so I think there's a lot to be said about working with not just Fisher and Los Gatos High School. So that's not one of my top 3, but just food for thought. And then the holiday work plan I think is really, really important. Our holidays in Los Gatos are, very much focused on Christmas, right? When we talk about winter holidays, we talk about Christmas. And that's a holiday for some people in Los Gatos. It's not a holiday for, a lot of other people in Los Gatos. So I think making sure that all faith groups are brought into the holiday, conversation, our Jewish community members, our Muslim community members. I think that's important, and I know the town's working on that for this holiday celebration already. So I think that's actually very important. That's a big, public thing we do. It's a big tangible, right? It's a big Christmas tree we light. Yeah, I think that's important. I like all the things that everybody else likes. I think they're all good. When I first started going through this to kind of highlight my favorites, I made about 2 pages and I was like, shoot, I highlighted everything. So there is so much good stuff in here. I think some of the things that were mentioned earlier about the equitable capital improvement, neighborhood equity, that's super important. Projects for healing, PD, Community Police Academy, I think that's awesome. I think one thing that I would maybe add with that a little bit is police working with community members to talk about how hate interacts with personal and public safety and all of that. I think that's important. That doesn't, it's just a thought. All of the, everything that's been mentioned so far that people think is important, I think is important. My top three, and I'll say quickly that I've said this before, I don't think that all of these items need to be associated with exact timelines or deliverables. I think a lot of this is about shaping the conversations we have in the community and how this community is perceived by both the residents and the broader community, right? And so I think that we're not going to, if one of our goals is changing the perception of Los Gatos to be a more welcoming and inclusive place, that's not there's no KPI for that, right? That is an ongoing, it's a spiral, right? It's something that it's continued work. And a lot of this is continuous work. And I think the manager said it well that, a lot of this is going to be incorporated into departments, and this is going to become, increasingly part of, daily work, some of these things. So I think that's all important. The three that I'll mention are in Goal A, the item 2, the DEI Commission to recommend additional action items to Town Council to make visible the equity issues that matter to the larger community. I think that's really, really important. I think the Commission bringing forward to Council recommendations for things that they think we can do better as a council and a town, I think that's crucial, because I think if all of this stays at the Commission level, then they don't have the power and the weight behind some of these ideas that we're talking about. And then in Goal C, the item 1 and the one under that, this idea of working with community partners to foster collaboration and focusing on, as listed in there, local businesses, community-based organizations, nonprofits, education, faith-based, town departments, other commissions. I think that's awesome because I think there's a few things that are really great about that. Individual commissioners are each going to bring their perspectives and connections, and so I think there's going to be really good connections that can be made from commissioners to nonprofits or businesses or whatever to kind of bring them into this bigger conversation we're trying to have, and I think that's also something that's good for the Commission to be able to work on, is kind of bringing together some of these conversations and learning from, not trying to reinvent the wheel, right? We have so many good organizations like AWO, like NUMU, LGS Rec, all of these organizations have done a lot of work on this already. So I think that's a really good way to bring some of that education into our commission and make sure that we're connecting the dots there. And it's not, I think the commission could work on that and do some independent work on that doesn't rely solely on staff. The last one I'll mention is in Goal D, the yearly communications campaign. I think that's super important. I think that is, kind of thinking about what the Chamber's Listen, Learn, Change, Grow campaign was. I think that was something that was hugely impactful and got people talking. And that was, such, I think, very palatable, right? Listen, learn, change, grow. You can think about, all of us can listen, learn, and change and grow, right? That's easy. That's something that I think people are very open to generally. And so I think having a community campaign that centers around education and promotion of community events, I think is going to be really important. And that can, the commission can highlight some of their work. It can highlight this DEI plan. I think there's a lot of good there. So those are the three I'll mention right now.
Oh my gosh, we have a lot here. Okay, Vice Mayor Badami, what do you want to add?
That was a lot. I support components of the plan that promote inclusivity and community vitality, although I find Los Gatos to be a very welcoming and inclusive community. I grew up here. I just don't see it. I went to the high school back in 1975. I live in a complex where I have 47 neighbors because it's a dense townhome complex. There's diversity. We're all welcoming, inclusive of each other. You look at the Youth Commission in one of our attachments, I see a lot of diversity there. If I have to look at, and by the way, Town Council has already made the step in establishing a DI commission. But if I have to choose priorities of this plan, it would be the action items relating to safety and updating the town's anti-harassment policy to meet current best practices, including anti-bullying. I can't accept the plan in totality. We have a town plan in place to address racial, social, and environmental justice issues. It's element 2 of our general plan. It contains 41 goals and policies and 16 implementation programs. Adding an additional DEI plan containing 80 action items spread over 8 pages overlaps and duplicates work already identified. DEI efforts are also served by several town policies and state law. Hate crimes are handled by our police department. I just can't support directing town resources for 100 implementation action items that fail to identify metrics and performance measures with behavior. Also, it would detract from other measurable strategic priorities such as traffic and wildfire risk, which saves lives and reduces property damage. At this point, I would trust the DEI Commission to advise Town Council on action items of their deliberation as brought forward and recommended by the Commission to the Town Council.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say that, as I look through this plan, it's huge, it's ambitious, it pulls in a lot of the action items that our community put into the general plan and our different elements. So there's a lot of action items. There's no way our commission or our town is going to be able to do all this, not at once. And so that's why we're having this discussion on what are our top priorities. And, one of the other things I wanted to say is, I don't view this as a way to educate people or tell people how to think. I've heard resistance like, I've never experienced this, so it must not happen. Not everybody knows. Something doesn't have to happen to you to understand that there are people in our community that don't feel welcome, don't feel safe. That said, we're not always going to be able to change people's behavior, but I think what we can do with this work is demonstrate the good that's in Los Gatos, increase it, become stronger and more resilient, so that when we have a one-off incident, that if somebody is racially attacked or, we have incidents of hatred, that whoever is feeling the heat of that knows that they have a community that has their back, knows that this is an outlier and an exception. And I think the way we do demonstrate that is with some of these deliverables, some of these solid actions. So I can't, there's no way we can hit everything in this plan, even though there's a lot I'd like to do. But I think in terms of the short term, if I look at goal A, number 1, reviewing the community grants rubric for community grant distribution through an equity lens. I think that's a pretty straightforward one-off. The library probably already has looked at this through their DEI work, but I think that needs to be on there. Under B, safety, number 1A, reviewing the town's 4 events, the Spring in the Green, 4th of July, Screen on the Green, and the winter celebration with an equity lens. And I think that work has already started with our winter holiday celebration, and that was brought up. But how do we look at the events we have? Are they inclusive? Are they representative of what our community wants? I love tradition. I love events continuing because they've happened, but can we broaden them? Can we add something else? The cultural fair. I think the commission can come up with ideas for, can we put a more, how can we make an existing event more expansive, or how can we have a new event, you know, like a food culture fair or something. Let's see, under 2D, it was exploring the possibility of film festivals, benefit events at Los Gatos Theater. I think I'm hearing a lot of echoes of that, so that seems like a pretty strong one. Under B4, the Community Police Academy. I know that right now that was a huge lift for the police department, so whether that happens every other year or every so many years, but I think that is super impactful, and I think that is like the best advertising we can have for our community policing model, and what our police department is doing, and how our police department is a leader in this whole area with holding the values of supporting our community. And I think everybody who goes through that academy not only learns more about the police department, they're an ambassador in the community. So I think that leverages a lot of our work. Under 4E, continuing to enhance awareness of DEI through expanded library programming. I think our library does an amazing job. They're probably already doing this, so I don't think that's adding a huge amount of work. Under D, communication, number 1, the short-term action, creating a yearly communication campaign centered around equity and education and promotion of community events. I think as we have more diverse events and they're just out there, that people who see social media are outside this community. We had people come from all over for our wine festival. If we start having other events that really promotes Los Gatos in a very overt way as an inclusive community, and it's a celebration, and it's always great to get people together. Under the medium-term actions, town staff, DEI commission. Ultimately, I think under medium-term, a new town tagline, something about the belonging, some kind of North Star. And I would add as a subtext under this that I would like this commission, maybe by the end of the year, to decide if they maybe want a different name. I know that we decided to keep this name, and I'm not reconsidering that, but if the commission, as they go through the year and starts doing this work, says, you know what, unity makes more sense, or belonging makes more sense, I'd like them to come back to the council with something that maybe sounds very positive, very engaging, if they feel that's the case. Under F4, I think we already hit on these, the biannual reports to review progress at council meetings on police reform. We're doing that. Strengthen police department relationship with county behavioral health and crisis response teams. We've been a leader in that, so continuing that. And the police chief's goal for all department personnel to exceed minimum number of hours in de-escalation, because we know how valuable that is. It doesn't matter how many, how much outside mental health backup we might have. There's always going to be that time when we don't have that, or an incident turns into something, and de-escalation is critical, I think, all around. So that's a lot of things, but I'm feeling really optimistic. I mean, we did adopt this. The whole reason this came about was there was a huge push in the community for this kind of work. It came out as we worked on the general plan. It came out, during the pandemic, and I think this plan is a result of that. This was a unanimous goal by our town council to look at DEI, and I'm glad that we're continuing this work. And I hope that these events make folks who feel like this is unnecessary or feel like something's being jammed down their throats, they'll see that it's not. It's just, look what we're doing, and here's another opportunity. So that said, I think we gave staff too many things. So I know that you talked about maybe 3 or 5. Are there a few that rise to the top based on, because I saw you taking copious notes and I didn't, are there a few that rise to the top based on the input you heard from the 5 members?
Well, overwhelmingly, council supports the work that our police chief is already doing. So that's really great, we're already committed to bringing those reports to you. So that is wonderful. We heard a lot of favorable support for, let me just go back through, the film festival was another super popular idea by the council. Those were kind of the top ones. And then I just, I think to Councilmember Huday's point about the community garden, that is already underway, so I think we're in good shape there. And then we have a lot of things where we had two of the 5 council members saying this was a good idea. So we'll go through and sort it through. But I think we're seeing some patterns about the things that the council does like, and I think we can work to refine it a little bit more. It would be great if the council could, though, consider a motion to accept the plan.
Okay, yes, that's right. That was an action item. The other thing I would ask is, as you sort through and refine it, can that come back to us so we can look at it? And then maybe if there's 2 that are really outstanding and the rest are kind of medium, if you want us to then vote on which we felt more of, or if the council feels like, okay, let the commission decide what the 3rd item will be, that can also be a possibility. But in terms of accepting the plan, Councilmember Moore?
Yeah, I just want to say, no, it doesn't matter. I'll move acceptance of the plan.
Okay, you said it. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, I'd like to understand a little bit about what does acceptance mean.
Well, we're not asking for formal adoption. Like when you do a general plan, you adopt a resolution and it becomes the constitution for the town. We're essentially, it's similar to what we did with the senior roadmap, where the town council endorsed the senior roadmap. It's just a different verb. We could say receive it, but that's very passive. That just means, yes, you received it, but you're not. Here, it's actually that you're accepting this as our DEI plan.
Councilmember Hudes.
No, I'll wait till I hear some other comments.
Councilmember Rennie.
I'm also not understanding the accept the plan after we gave a lot of feedback, particularly somewhere I thought it should be shoved to the bottom, or so if we just accept the plan, it sounds like our comments are sort of ignored. So I don't also understand accept the plan.
Okay, well so I think, what I heard was that the areas where council members had concerns or questions, that really kind of put those items as the lowest priority items. If it's the will of the council, we could come back with a revised plan that eliminates those action items. That's another possibility. We respect all the input that we got tonight. It was great. It was very helpful. You're asking all great questions. And
so we gave feedback where some of us said push down, push other stuff up. But if we just accept the plan, that's not documented. The plan still looks like the plan, which doesn't say anything about lower or higher or anything to that effect. So if we accept the plan, how does all of this, we spent an hour running our mouths, get captured?
Okay, well, there's a couple of different approaches. One is that, to the mayor's earlier suggestion, we bring back the priority items for further refinement by the council. We have some time because the DEI commission won't be seated until January. And then council can say, okay, yeah, good job capturing our big ideas. Here's the top 3 to 5 that we want the commission to work on. Or we could modify the plan to really highlight, and we can do it in a graphic way of, the items are organized by theme, but we can also organize them a different way or use color to say these are the top priorities of the council, and then use color or some other mechanism to say, or even eliminate. You know, if we got some feedback that some council members prefer us to emphasize the positive, whereas other council members said, no, you know, we need to acknowledge our history and the facts of our history. So there are differences of opinion. So, but I thought the feedback tonight was fabulous. So it does help to know if this is a body of work. If you feel that it needs additional work, then we can refine it and bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I was thinking is, you know, for example, the senior services roadmap, I didn't agree with everything on there, and, you know, it's not necessarily all going to happen the same way. I like this plan, and I think how it gets implemented, you know, we're shaping what we think are the most important parts of this, because this plan is impossible to do all of it at once. But I think there could be, if we have this plan, there could be a council in 4 or 6 years that then wants to emphasize other parts of it. I think with all the work that went into it, I would hate to lop things off right now. I would almost want to see like an appendix or an addendum that says, on this date, this is what the council prioritizes. Some addition to it, not necessarily a subtraction. Now, I realize we're having a discussion with a motion, but not a second. So I'll second it just so we can keep the conversation going. Councilmember Hudes and then Councilmember Rennie.
So I won't vote for the motion as it was said. I think I'm probably okay leaving the plan as is. Where this is going to go to the commission to then create their work plan. So with it should be maybe an addendum or a staff report that says here's council's comments, and you aren't getting complete agreement on everything, but you know, here's council comments from this. Create your work plan based on this plan and what council's comments were. I could accept some motion that was similar to that.
Yeah, and it really, we have no intention of saying, here you go, commission, this is your entire, you know, we would have to still, as staff, even further refine, you know, even the priorities that you gave us tonight. So the plan would become background information, just like the general plan becomes background information for the Planning Commission as it does its work. It needs to understand that there is a general plan, there is a zoning code, et cetera. But it's kind of in the back of their mind. But then when it comes to their actual work plan for the first year, we're not going to ask them, oh yeah, you start fresh and figure out your work plan. We have to give them some boundaries, because otherwise they'll never get launched. And that's why we asked for your priorities, because as council, you should direct the work of your commissions.
Right. I mean, we're basically telling them which parts of the plan they get to look at. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, I know there's a motion with a second, but I'm not able to support it. I have an alternate idea that I wanted to float, and maybe, you know, that would be for us to receive the plan and to incorporate the priorities that have been identified by council, and to ask the commission to provide a work plan that follows the guidelines of the GARE, where the items that the elements of their work plan would be, what is your timeline? How will you evaluate and report progress over time? How will you know the action is complete? Can you retain stakeholder participation? And does it ensure internal government and public accountability? Those last two are a little bit different than, you know, deliverable based, but I think that there was a lot of thought put into that, and I think providing that guidance to the commission would help us get back the most tangible items and would sort out some of the items that I think are less appropriate.
Councilmember Moore and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So as I've heard from at least the mayor, I definitely don't want to drop anything from the plan right now. I don't think we need to cut anything off. There's, again, these things to me, so many of the things in here are things that directly came from community members that I know care about that particular issue, that wanted to make sure that was added into this plan. And so I don't think we should, even if something isn't going to, get worked on for 3 years or whatever, I think that it's important to have in this plan. And so I would amend my motion to accept the work plan, accept the DEI work plan, and add a more refined memo or addendum with direction received from council to the work plan, and to provide that direction to the DEI Commission come January.
Okay, I'll accept the amendment to the motion. Vice Mayor.
So I can agree to providing priorities to our DEI Commission and let them establish a work plan. But per my earlier comments, I will not be accepting the plan. I'm interested in Councilmember Hudis's alternative motion that interests me.
Thank you. I don't think I could support something that specific, because we don't ask that of any other commission. And I also feel like they'll spend so much time working on that, nothing will happen. What I've seen is we've primarily picked out deliverables, like work on what other activities can be happening, what kind of film festival. So to have them sit for months and try and figure out how to answer all those questions, I would just like to see this commission have a few things to work on and get started. There's 11 of them. It'll take a while to get going. And just to get to know each other and start in on a couple of these. And so I just think, I don't know, we can have this discussion, but I think we'll be calling the question and then we can figure out what else we can do. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, I'm not able to support the motion because of the accept the plan without providing direction to the commission on how to implement the plan. And I think that the 5 questions that came from the GARE are pretty much the same ones that we used in developing the senior services roadmap. Was, what is the timeline? How will you report progress? How do you know when it's complete? And it's important to identify that for something that isn't just lip service, but is actually things that are tangible that can be accomplished. And so we could just say, tangible, but I think that the GARE provides some good guidelines on how to figure out whether something is tangible.
I think the only objection I have to that is we're not going to give them the plan and say, okay, here's our guidance, go do any part of it and come up with that. We're telling them what they're going to work on. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll just voice before we vote on this that I will not be supporting a future potential motion that does not use the language accept or endorse or something to that effect. I think that receive is very passive, and that this is something that people have worked incredibly hard on, and that there's a lot more work to do on. And so I of course we received it. I think we already received it. And then I don't think I don't see the value in the 5 GARE questions. I think that what we're talking about here, what these providing direction on these goals, that's what we want the folks to work on. I think that's the important part. I don't care so much about them working on timelines and things like that. I mean, again, some of the things that I'm talking, the items that some of the items that I highlighted, identifying, recommendations to council, I think that's a forever thing, right? That's an ongoing thing that never is going to have a an end date. So that's that.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second.
Can I clarify for the record?
I'm sorry.
Is there a substitute motion on the floor?
Yes. So the motion was
Has it
modified.
been seconded?
Yes. I agreed to. Yes. I'd second. Oh, no, that was not seconded. Right. So that was, thank you. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Rennie.
I'm a little bit torn here because Councilmember Hudis' suggestion is not that bad. It gets to the comments about word salad in the plan and trying to filter it down to things that are more tangible. I think they're going to do a timeline anyway in their work plan, aren't they? And to make sure that they can measure progress, that seems to make sense. And how are you going to know when the action's complete? I mean, isn't that what the work plan is about? And maintain stakeholder engagement. That just ensures that they're thinking about their stakeholders and making sure they're engaged. They may have a little trouble with public accountability and what that means, but Councilmember Moore wants to respond.
Councilmember Moore.
I'll just say this is something we've done this process has gone on for 2 years, right? And I've never heard one person that has been involved with this say, I want these questions to be part of this. They said, this is what I want. They said, I want this plan. These are the things that they came up with. I don't know. I think this completely sidetracks and takes in a different direction what this commission and what the goals of the plan are. I think that some of the things we're talking about are not going to be deliverables and timelines. I just think that's part of this work. I don't understand why what we get out of attaching these requirements or these extra strings to a commission that the mayor said this. We don't tell any other commissions to do that. I think that is a really weird. I think it's a heavy-handed way to nullify what I think is going to be really good work. And I think the commission needs to focus on the goals that we provide for them and that they come up with them for themselves. I don't think they need to focus on these 5 questions.
Councilmember Rennie.
What if we just included as part of the staff report to them that council's suggesting these might be things to consider while making your work plan to try to make it more tangible? So it's a suggestion rather than a requirement.
Can you repeat the 5 questions, Councilmember Hudis?
Yeah, and I would direct you to the full report, which is, it's 15 or 20 pages. It's called the Local and Regional Government Alliance on Race and Equity, and it is about a how-to manual for action plans. And the 5 questions that they ask, which I don't think by the way, I don't think this should generate a bunch of new ideas. I think it should be applied to the tangible ideas that come about from the prioritization that we've given them. And so, the first question they should be able to answer is, what is your timeline? Number 2, how will you evaluate and report progress over time? Number 3, how will you know the action is complete? Number 4, can you retain stakeholder participation? And number 5, does it ensure internal, meaning government, and public accountability? And that was, what I took away from that report as the core to getting action plans that are tangible. And if something doesn't live up to those questions, you can't answer them. that doesn't mean it's not important for the town, but they may fall more into a policy realm and an aspiration or a goal, a specific kind of a goal, rather than what's being called a plan, a work plan. So that's where I think the commission can add a lot of value, is in taking this bunch of comments that we've provided in prioritization and taking the plan that we've received, and then coming back with a plan that answers, that has specific, we called them initiatives or projects that could answer those questions, that will result in some real movement and tangible progress on things.
Councilmember Moore.
So there's some of the, I don't think some of those questions to me just don't make sense for this. How will you know when it's complete? Working on DEI is truly a forever thing. I think that we're never going to be, get to a point where we say, everything's good. We fixed racism in Los Gatos. I think this is a forever conversation. I think we will always be evolving and growing and finding new ways that we can become a community that is more welcoming. And so I maybe Councilmember Rennie's compromise here, which I always trust him to create, can work into this somehow. But I think that certain goals, like meeting with community partners to bring them into this space and working with nonprofits, that's not a goal you can complete to me. I think that is an ongoing thing that we want everyone to do. And I think evaluating progress, sure, you can say, did I meet with these people? Did how'd the meeting go? But I think part of this is changing the environment of Los Gatos. And I know it's not. It is. Some of this sounds word salady to people, and some of it sounds intangible. But I think this really is about, creating a change in the way our community looks at these issues.
I'm wondering if we could just use it as a thought framework for the commission as they evaluate this. But I mean, if you're setting up a film festival, how do you know it's complete? Does that mean you did it once, or you're going to do it for 10 years, or you have a contract? I'm still stuck. I'll go to Councilmember Rennie and then Councilmember Hudes.
So to your example, I'm sure Mr. Hudes would agree with me, if your work plan is to engage community nonprofits, that's nebulous, right? Your work plan needs to be meet with 4 times this one and that other one, right? So now you have something measurable. I met with them. I have action items from them. Or the work plan is meet with them and get agreed on festival date or something to that point, right? What I think we're trying to avoid is nebulous things like engage the community. How do we know they did it, right? We're now down to the nuts and bolts of, okay, I'm going to engage in community. How am I going to do it? I'm going to meet with them. I'm going to meet with this nonprofit every month or twice a year or whatever, right? So you can create things that are measurable. It's like, make people feel good. Well, how do you measure that? Okay, your work plan is I give 10 hugs a day and I measure it with 80% smiles back or something, right? You can come up with what are you going to do, and it can be measurable. So I think at least putting this as a suggestion is a good way to get them thinking about tangibles.
Okay, or guidance to be included in the report. Okay, Councilmember Hudes.
Mayor, I just wanted to respond to your question about a film festival. Well, either you have the film festival or you don't, right? And if you establish a goal to have one in 3 years and then to repeat it over the next 3 years and see how it does. Those are measurable things. Either you had them or you didn't have them. And you've made some progress. And I actually think that those are the things that will help really make a difference in attitude. I think that, some of the other things that are in the plan that look to persuade or educate or that kind of thing, I really, I'm very skeptical about whether they're going to make a difference. And I also think that the effort put into those things takes away from things that actually could make a difference in this town. So that's why I'm continuing to argue the point that I think we should focus on the tangible. And I'm not saying we should reject this plan. I'm just saying that there's a lot in there, there's a lot to read, there's a lot to learn, but I think that if you were to layer on top of it the council's priorities and some suggestions about how to bring back a tangible work plan to the council, I think that would help us take a very important step.
Okay. I mean, I'm not opposed to that as long as it doesn't preclude anything where it's really important either to the majority of us or to the commissioners where it can't answer all those questions. I think it's good to have those questions, but I don't want that to dictate that if it doesn't check all those boxes, it can't be done by them, where we've reduced the plan to just actions. Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, Councilmember Rennie, you convinced me. But my worry remains that I think I don't want to be overly prescriptive. I also think this is, I've just heard about this framework for the first time this evening. I think there's tons of frameworks in DEI for, all of these things. So I think, adding this as a suggested framework, and then if there are, other tangible outcome-oriented frameworks that DEI practitioners prefer because of the different sort of nature of this work, perhaps those need to be included. But I'm happy to alter the motion to add the GARE framework as a suggested framework to accomplish outcomes. Sure, accomplish tangibility.
To be part of the staff report that goes with it?
Yeah.
Okay, as a seconder, I'll accept that. I also want to point out that, like every other commission, assuming the next mayor continues this, as the commissions come forward with their work plans and speak to the council, we always have the opportunity to weigh in with them and, give feedback on their work plan. And so, we'll be hearing from this commission each year, presumably. So we'll have more options to interact. All right. Councilmember Hudes.
Could we get a read back of the motion?
So I will do my best, and either the maker of the motion or the town clerk can correct me. Accept the DEI plan with an addendum with the direction received from town council regarding the action items. Provide that work plan to the DEI Commission and provide the GARE 5 questions as a suggested framework to accomplish tangibility.
That's good with the maker of the motion and the seconder, Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, so I have a concern with the accept the plan because I don't think that it would be clear that a bunch of this stuff isn't going to get implemented, even if it's a great idea, because it is more suited to an institution or organizational unit than it is to a community, and that that these things are not going to move the needle because they fall into the realm of policy and goals rather than a plan. So while I think it's a good piece of work, I am not able to come around to the word accept on it, or endorse, or other words.
Okay, I'm going to call the question and then we'll see where we go from there. So we know what the motion is. All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Okay, motion passes 3-2 with Councilmember Hudes and the Vice Mayor opposed. All right. Does staff have any questions or follow-up? All right, thank you, everybody. We made it before midnight. That was the last item. We have no consent at the end, so I'll adjourn the meeting.